Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Housing and Buildings. At this time, we ask that you please silence all electronic devices, and at no time are you to approach the dais. If you have any questions or would like to sign up for in-person testimony, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms. Chair Sanchez, we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeants, and thank you again for your patience, everyone. Now on to our oversight topic for today. Before diving into Intro 657, the Safer Homes Act, a short reminder on how we have the power of in-rem foreclosure in New York City. Throughout the 60s and 70s, New York City was gripped by economic turmoil, spurred by widespread disinvestment, fiscal mismanagement, and ultimately a financial and social crisis gripped our city. That crisis hit low-income New Yorkers and New Yorkers of color the hardest, as widespread unemployment coincided with a rapid deterioration of quality of housing. Under the weight of these economic circumstances, many property owners resorted to widespread abandonment and disinvestment, leaving tenants to languish in buildings that lacked even basic necessities of a functioning apartment. Catastrophic unit loss cascaded across the city with 350,000 private housing units lost to abandonment and disinvestment in the 60s and 70s. By 1975, 3,000 units per month were being lost to abandonment in our city. As residents fled the city en masse, city government confronted this economic turmoil via Local Law 45 of 1976. Empowering the city to foreclose on tax liens for the first time. But this initial iteration of the in-rem foreclosure program was flawed. By 1994, the city had taken title to nearly 5,500 buildings, totaling in 50,000 units, becoming one of the nation's largest landlords. Yet the cost of rehabilitating and maintaining these properties was astronomical for the city. About $2.2 million per building then, which is close to $5 million in today's dollars. That iteration of the in-rem foreclosure program was untenable, and so in 1996, the city created the Third-Party Transfer Program, or TPT, allowing the city to continue foreclosing on distressed properties in order to forestall further deterioration of the building stock and encourage tax compliance throughout the city. But with the properties transferred to an interim owner instead of the city taking title. Since the program was created in '96, there have been 10 rounds, but the program was put on hold in 2019 after the round 10 transfers brought heightened media attention to the program, and many called for reform. While the third-party transfer had successes during its nearly 30-year history, its administration was extremely problematic, as 2019 exemplifies. There were disproportionate impacts to communities of color and instances of apparent misadministration of the program, with HPD both leaving out or being overly lenient on properties that should have been included in transfers, and foreclosing on properties that apparently should not have gone through the rounds. But today, we're in a place where we have 8 years have passed without a version of this in-rem foreclosure being used on distressed properties. And this has left HPD's enforcement apparatus hamstrung. Today, there's nearly 10,000 buildings containing roughly 115,000 apartments that meet indicators of severe distress. Many of these owners owe significant sums in unpaid municipal charges, and according to the mayor's management report, nearly 900,000 serious violations were issued in FY24 alone, which is a 40% increase from fiscal year 2021. Emergency repair interventions have more than doubled in the last year. And the most important part of all of this is that behind these statistics are real people, like 2201 Davidson, where we had 600 housing maintenance code violations and $23 million of municipal arrears, 705 and 709 West 170th Street, where there were 700 open violations and $500,000 owed to the city. That owner has been arrested twice, but those tenants continue to languish. Families are living with collapsed ceilings, mold, lead paint, vermin infestations, failing elevators, and unsafe building systems. And I want to be clear that to us, as council members, these living conditions are unacceptable. And I certainly am tired of touring building after building where tenants are living in these inhumane conditions. To that end, today, we renew the conversation on how to reimagine the third-party transfer program. A conversation started in 2019, continued by the TPT working group, and through multiple council hearings and roundtable discussions over the past several years. Intro number 657, now known as the Safer Homes Act, overhauls the problematic third-party transfer program to use the city's power of in-rem foreclosure in a manner that targets the worst of the worst buildings in our city while protecting and expanding homeownership opportunities. The old program included a block pickup provision where if one property on a block qualified for the program, they were all foreclosed. The new program eliminates this disastrous provision. The old program was found to include buildings not in distress. A 2019 council audit revealed that over 50% of properties selected in the 10th round of third-party transfer were not distressed. Now, the new program will only pick up the worst of the worst through an indexing system. The old program had tenants claiming that there was no outreach until after the transfer, resulting in many lawsuits. The new program will have more stringent requirements so that all parties, including shareholders within a cooperative building and tenants, are notified of their rights. The old program resulted in racial concentration of transfers. Just 50% of round 10 properties were in 11 community districts, low to moderate income communities of color, out of 195 neighborhoods in our city. The new program has more rigorous outreach requirements and supports for owner-occupied properties, creating off-ramps that will be helpful for this problem. The old program attacked home ownership with an overrepresentation, in particular, of owner-occupied homes and Housing Development Fund Corporation cooperatives. The new program will create new opportunities for resident ownership, including a process that allows interested residents to partner with qualified third parties to submit an application for ownership, including former HDFCs that want to reconstitute. And finally, the old program did not require repairs in order to exit the program, only a payment or a payment plan, but the new program will require corrective action plans with evidence that work is happening. I want to thank all of the advocates who engaged with us on this bill draft and have provided thoughtful feedback on this program. This introduced bill will continue to be tweaked and finalized until it is the best version that we can get, and I invite members of the public to please testify today or submit testimony within the next 72 hours for the official record. Thanks also to the members of the public who have taken time out of their day to join us. I'm looking forward to engaging. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my team, Chief of Staff Maria Villalobos, in particular, Deputy Chiefs of Staff Ben Ratner and Kim Castellanos, who put so much sweat and equity and work into this hearing today, Gerard Fernandez, Delin Campos, Maria Jose Mares, Brenda Muniz, and Stephanie Kuzi. I'd also like to thank the Housing and Buildings Committee staff, Senior Legislative Counsel Austin Malone, Legislative Counsel Billy Eck, Senior Policy Analyst Jose Conde, Policy Analyst Dirk Spencer, Finance Analyst Carla Naranjo, and Data Scientist Reese Hirota, Noah Schlossberg, and Mohammed Shadid. We called the roll, so we know that all the council members are here. So I'll now turn it over to our committee counsel to administer the oath.
If you're here to represent the administration and you've signed a testimony slip, but you're not currently at the dais, just please also raise your right hand. We'll do it all in one go. So please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to answer all council member questions honestly? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, do we want to pull the deck up? We'll just hang on the title page for a moment while I read the testimony.
Should be up in just a moment.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the New York City Council Committee on Housing and Buildings. My name is Rosa Kelly, Chief of Staff to the Commissioner at the New York City Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development. I am joined today by my colleagues Lucy Joffe, Deputy Commissioner for Policy and Strategy, Anne Marie Santiago, Deputy Commissioner for Enforcement and Neighborhood Strategies, and Carrie Labatz, Associate Commissioner for Preservation Finance and Portfolio Management. We're also joined by colleagues from the Department of Finance and the Department of Environmental Protection. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify regarding Intro 657, proposed legislation to modernize the third-party transfer program. The third-party transfer program was created by the Council in 1996 to respond to a critically distressed subset of residential buildings experiencing prolonged unpaid municipal debt alongside deteriorating conditions. Years of unpaid property taxes, water and sewer charges, and other municipal charges often signal deep financial distress that can lead to worsening conditions for tenants. Addressing these conditions is of utmost importance to the city. In addition to the tax enforcement functions of TPT carried out alongside the Department of Finance and the Department of Environmental Protection, HPD views the program as a key part of our broader enforcement and preservation toolkit to ensure that housing remains safe and livable for New Yorkers. HPD's broader work to ensure housing quality and preservation often begins with the Office of Enforcement and Neighborhood Services, or ENS, who work day in and day out to protect the health and safety of tenants by enforcing the Housing Maintenance Code, promoting compliance, and preserving the quality of the city's housing stock. In fiscal year 26 through January 31st, ENS received almost 569,000 Housing Maintenance Code complaints, issued nearly 460,000 violations to property owners, and cleared over 408,000 violations. We have strengthened accountability through initiatives like the launch of the second certification watch list, an enhanced enforcement program designed to combat violations that are falsely certified as corrected by property owners. We have also taken decisive legal action to ensure owner accountability, including announcing a $2.1 million settlement against A&E for serious violations of housing standards. At the same time, through the administration's rental ripoff hearings and ongoing engagement, we will be creating more opportunities for tenants to provide direct feedback on our code enforcement process, ensuring that lived experience informs enforcement strategies and our housing policy. HPD works across multiple offices to support the quality and affordability of existing housing. Through HPD's Office of Neighborhood Strategies, programs like the Partners in Preservation Initiative support tenant organizers to stabilize distressed buildings, strengthen tenant associations, and help residents remain in their homes. These efforts work alongside the Office of Development's various loan and property tax incentive programs, which support owners to make investments in housing quality while keeping affordable housing for current and future residents. This work is critical to HPD's mission and forms the backbone of our approach to ensuring housing quality. Taken together, HPD's enforcement, preservation, and financing framework supports the broader housing stock. However, there are a small number of buildings where years of unpaid municipal debt and persistent hazardous housing conditions indicate a deeper level of distress that cannot be resolved through standard enforcement or preservation tools alone. While the vast majority of housing is in good condition, there are a small number of properties that face financial and physical issues. We go to slide 2, please. I think it's the one with the pie chart. Thank you. Slide 2 shows that there are about 770,000 Class 1 and Class 2 residential properties, excluding condos, in New York City. Of these properties, about 70% of residential properties do not owe property tax or water sewer charges and did not have any hazardous or immediately hazardous violations issued from January 2023 to January 2026 that remain open. Of the 770,000 properties, approximately 26% owe property tax and water arrears, totaling approximately $3.1 billion. 5% have B and C housing violations issued between January 2023 and January 2026 that remain open, and only 2% have both tax delinquency and open recent housing violations. It is within this narrow slice of the housing stock, 2% of properties that have the most serious financial and physical distress. The third-party transfer program is designed to focus on a narrow subset of these severely distressed properties where other enforcement, outreach, or preservation tools have not resolved the underlying instability and where residents need housing stabilization. Unlike traditional foreclosure, properties that enter TPT are foreclosed on by the city and transferred to an interim owner, Neighborhood Restore HDFC, and then conveyed to a qualified affordable housing developer for rehabilitation and stabilization with HPD support. Through TPT, residents are able to remain in their homes with continued affordability and rent stabilization protections. In qualified buildings, tenants who are interested and able to manage a cooperative housing development have the option to petition to become a limited equity cooperative after their building is rehabilitated. Since its inception, TPT has stabilized over 7,500 homes in approximately 510 properties, improving housing quality and stability for about 15,000 residents. It has been a key tool reserved for the buildings most in need to stabilize distressed properties, protect residents, and preserve long-term affordability. In response to the concerns identified after the most recent round of TPT in 2015, HPD and City Council convened a TPT working group in 2019 with the purpose of eliciting ideas for operational improvements to ensure that the program was properly focused and achieved its intended purpose to stabilize properties in crisis. That group included elected officials, tenant advocates, legal service providers, MWBE developers, property managers, and community-based organizations, with information provided by the Department of Finance and the Department of Environmental Protection. The working group released a report in late 2021 and recommended several important changes to the program. These included eliminating the statutory block pickup requirement in favor of a more refined selection process, which balancing both financial and physical distress in eligibility criteria, standardizing payment plans, expanding outreach in partnership with CBOs and elected officials, and exploring additional technical assistance for owners. We are very pleased that the Council has reintroduced legislation to modernize TPT, and many of the proposed changes reflect both the working group's recommendations and HPD's data-driven analysis. In alignment with working group feedback, HPD is proposing significant changes to eligibility and selection. We want to discuss these modifications in depth and provide some additional context on the characteristics of the properties that would potentially be included if the city were to commence a round today. Move to slide 3, please. Slide 3 summarizes the proposed eligibility criteria. Under our proposed critical eligibility, or the balanced model, residential properties would qualify if they're tax class 1 properties and cooperatives that have delinquent debt exceeding 3 years of their annual tax liability, Class 2 HDFC rental properties that have delinquent debt exceeding 2 years of their annual tax liability, or tax Class 2 rental properties that have delinquent debt exceeding 1 year of their annual tax liability. Of the 770,000 residential Class 1 and Class 2 properties, excluding condos, less than about 1% or 3,000 properties meet that minimum eligibility criteria for TPT. Once eligibility is determined, we propose that the city identify critical eligible properties through an indexing system that would rank properties on the basis of municipal debt, as well as open Class B and Class C housing violations that were issued in the last 3 years. Each property will receive a score on these factors, which would then be multiplied such that the properties with the highest combination of debt and housing violations receive the lowest score. Properties will be selected in order, starting from the lowest score for inclusion in the program. HPD proposes that the agency have the ability to determine the number of properties selected for a particular round and the frequency of a round. Move to slide 4, please. So slide 4 provides some illustrative data showing the characteristics of the top 200 and top 500 properties using the proposed selection methodology based on the data from November 2025. The size of a round may vary depending on what we learn through redemption rates and new components of the program as we continue to negotiate the proposed bill and conduct future rounds of TPT. Municipal charges range from $260 million to $312 million for the top 200 or 500 properties. Slide 5 shows approximately $625,000 to $1.3 million owed per property and $60,000 to $70,000 per unit. Slide 6 demonstrates that recently issued unresolved violations range from 13,500 to 20,000 across the top 200 or 500 properties, averaging about 40 to 70 per property and about 4 to 6 per unit. The top 200 or 500 properties have $6 million to $11 million in emergency repair charges. Slide 7 demonstrates that nearly 25 to 35% of the top 200 or 500 properties are already in an enhanced enforcement program such as 7A or AEP, underscoring that these are buildings where prior interventions have not produced sustained correction. Slide 8. Slide 8 shows that proposed criteria shows how the proposed criteria compared to the existing statutorily distressed definition. Overall, our proposed selection methodology results in properties that do have higher levels of municipal debt and housing code violations. On average, the critical eligible properties have 40% more debt and 2% more violations. The critical eligible model also identifies larger buildings, averaging 30 units, meaning more tenants per intervention. The statutorily distressed method tends to identify smaller properties, averaging 10 units, many of which are owner-occupied. Slide 9. Slide 9 demonstrates that the critical eligible model also results in a more evenly distributed distribution of properties across boroughs, whereas roughly half of the properties identified under the statutorily distressed method were concentrated in Brooklyn. Modernizing TPT is a key step to expanding our toolkit to stabilize distressed properties in New York City. By reforming TPT, the city can ensure that this powerful program focuses on the properties with the most delinquent debt and recent violations so that the buildings can be stabilized with improved housing quality for residents. At the same time, we want to flag a few areas of the current council draft that merit further discussion. On slide 10, we fully agree that owners, city council, and residents should be informed. We want to work with city council to refine the notice and outreach requirements to ensure that interested parties are provided appropriate and actionable information at critical milestones. While HPD and the other agencies involved in administering the program have historically done extensive outreach to property owners, we propose to strategically supplement those current notices with the following. Requirement that each agency involved in the administration of the program have a clear agency liaison identified on their website and in all required notices. We propose to adding a second notice of possible foreclosure to the owners, continuing a notice to the property owner at commencement of the foreclosure action when delinquent taxes are filed with the court, and highlighting options which the owner can utilize to redeem their property and exit the action. Post-commencement, distributing the notice of foreclosure at the building, so in common areas and flyering around the building, in addition to notifying the council, and providing a final warning notice to property owners with clear information about the outstanding violations and arrears, redemption options, agency liaisons, and the possibility to claim surplus. In addition to the added notices and ongoing outreach support from agency liaisons, this work will be supplemented by the Owner Resource Center, which can provide technical assistance support for owners and a website for owners to access key information. Our goal is to provide clear criteria to building owners to be able to pay outstanding arrears, address housing conditions, and avoid foreclosure. As such, we recommend that payment plans be streamlined with standard payment options available to property owners. Simplifying payment options will make it easier for owners to understand and make it easier for agencies to provide good customer service. As property selection is proposed to be based on tax liens as well as property conditions, we also support redemption requirements that tie the resolution of arrears to the correction of hazardous violations so that housing conditions improve as part of any path out of TPT. Additionally, we recommend excluding vacant lots from the eligibility criteria. TPT is a tax enforcement program with the goal of housing stabilization for residents in these troubled buildings. Given limited city resources, the program should remain focused on supporting the preservation of housing for existing tenants. In fact, vacant land that was included in prior rounds of TPT had often consisted of small, difficult-to-develop areas and sites, underscoring that TPT is better suited as a tool for housing stabilization rather than development. Finally, the city will add a new process by which the owner of a foreclosed property can make a claim of surplus equity where it exists. At a time when so many New Yorkers struggle to find quality, affordable housing, we must protect housing that already exists and work to improve conditions for residents living in buildings in crisis. TPT is a critical program to stabilize housing for New Yorkers, focused on stabilizing a subset of properties with the highest municipal debt and housing code violations. We look forward to continuing our work together to refine this legislation and deliver better outcomes for property owners and, most importantly, for the residents living in financially and physically distressed buildings. Thank you so much. We welcome your questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for all of the detail that you brought into this conversation today. My first question is, if you could reiterate the differences that you outlined throughout your testimony between the critical eligible or balanced model and what we have in the statute today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll kick it to Lucy, but first I'll just say that, in partnership with the council, we proposed the reforms based on recommendations from the working group for that balanced model, the elimination of the block pickup, and this indexing of the worst for the highest municipal arrears and those B and C violations, I think really is a model that helps us target and make a more efficient and effective program. Lucy?
Thank you. So under the statutory distress model, we were comparing the building value to the liens, and that was the, I'm sorry, hold on one second. And so let me pick that up again. Under statutory distress, we were looking at both financial and physical characteristics up front, and looking at buildings that had a greater percentage of the lien to DOF market value ratio. Instead, what we're going to be doing up front is now under critical eligible, there is a threshold that varies based on the type of building, and we're looking at the percentage of the outstanding or money owed compared to the tax liability. And that increases the number of years of outstanding tax liability for the comparison, depending on the type of building. So for tax class 1, those owners would have to owe 3 times the amount of their annual tax liability. For HDFC rentals, it would be 2 times that tax liability. And for other rental buildings in tax class 2, it would be 1 times that tax liability. That's to be eligible for the program. Once eligible, buildings still have to be selected. And when we go to the selection process, we're going to be looking at both physical and financial distress. In testimony, we talked a little bit about that index. That allows us to ensure that we are picking up the worst of the worst buildings, those that have really high indicators of both physical and financial distress.
Thank you. Got it. And that's your critically eligible description is contrasting to what is on the books today. But what about differences to what we have proposed in the legislation? What is changing?
Thank you for that. So those changes would be similar, right? If we keep the statutory distress definition, then it will continue to look a little bit like the old program. If we move towards critical eligible, what we're really going to be doing is we have that two-step process, but really ensuring that we are getting larger buildings that are experiencing both significant distress on the financial and the physical side. We talked a little bit about the fact that we believe under this model we're going to get a more diffuse representation across the city, and really isolating to the worst of the worst buildings, and that difference between statutory distress and critical eligible is a big part of that.
Thank you so much. And we for the record, we do agree. I do agree on that distinction and trying to make sure that we target the worst of the worst. In previous testimony, HPD testified that you want complete discretion in determining the number of properties in each round. Is that still the agency's position? And what would prevent the agency from citing capacity concerns in the future and choosing not to include any buildings in a future round if we grant this ability?
I think it's more, thank you for the question, council member. I think it's more so that in statute, we can't commit to a minimum number of eligible properties that we could support or select in a future round without knowing the cost, the scale, and the impact of the new program. This is such a new proposal, and it would be, frankly, a little irresponsible for us to commit to something in statute. However, you know how strongly we feel that this is an incredibly important tool in our toolbox. We have seen how important preservation stabilization is in the larger city universe of these types of buildings. It's important that we get this right. We can also say that historically, approximately 250 to 500 properties have been selected for TPT rounds. And so, you know, we have some historical data that we are looking at and that we've used in our data analysis to help us grasp what the scale of this might be. And we will commit to communication and transparency where we have an appropriate number that we believe the program can support. If we can do more, we will do more.
Got it. Thank you. We'll continue conversations around that and how it ends up in the statute. Regarding exemptions, Intro 657 proposes a set of buildings that should be exempt from the new program, such as owner-occupied tax class 1 properties, which differs from the proposed eligibility and selection criteria in your second slide. We also talk about those receiving SHE and D. What is HPD's stance on the proposed exemptions that we have in legislation right now? What additional exemptions should be included or considered that are not currently in the bill?
Thank you for that question. You know, I think, if I may, I would say that a lot of the exemptions from both sides are getting at similar issues, just with some important differences. So we would exempt owner-occupied buildings that are meeting a lot of the criteria that you talked about. So folks who income qualify for STAR have the senior citizen disability homeowner exemption, disability homeowner exemption, exemptions relating to veteran status, and then the state circuit breaker income tax credit. And so that's structured just a little bit differently. Condos, we think it's important to exempt those that are already owned by Neighborhood Restore or one of their affiliates and are making their way through the process. Those that are owned by the government or have been financed by HPD or HDC recently. Those with active tax liens with the New York City Trust, Commercial or utility property, that's tax classes 3 and 4. We talked a little bit about the issue around vacant land. And then again, getting at the fact that this is a new program. We've done a ton of analysis together with the working group. But it is important that we allow this program to be able to evolve over time, including as we learn more about it. And so we think there should be some flexibility to be able to add on to those exemptions should they become necessary.
Got it. Thank you. With respect to vacant lots and the agency's position that these should be excluded, what tools does HPD or does the city have on the books right now to deal with vacant parcels that we have just collecting trash and violations and vermin and rodents that are not seeing change from New Yorkers?
So I think I'll just start by, again, when we looked at how to create a program that is most effective and given limited city resources, we really do think that future iterations of this should focus on buildings where tenants are at risk of living in distressed conditions. And I will say also, leading into this, is that historically, when we have transferred vacant sites that are small and undevelopable, we haven't seen a ton of yield in terms of affordable units. In fact, of the total 11 lots that were transferred in round 10, 8 of which are actually in line for development, and they're creating 65 units of total new construction. It's not nothing. We definitely see that there is some yield there, but we also are very mindful of a programmatic focus for this program moving forward. So I'll say that in terms of the forward-looking part of the program.
And not including vacant units in the program doesn't take away any of the city's other tools to deal with these. The owners still have all the same obligations. It just doesn't put those lots through this very resource-intensive program, given the limited results that we get from it.
If the agency did not have to hold title to them or be responsible for them after transfer, would that change the agency's position?
I think we can talk more about that.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a couple more questions, and then I'll turn it over to Councilmember Epstein, who has a couple of questions of his own. Okay, with respect to enforcement, our office did a basic analysis of buildings that have cycled through HPD's AEP program. We found that nearly 400 buildings, more than 10% of the buildings in AEP's history, were repeat offenders, if you will, across multiple rounds of alternative enforcement program. Some were included in TPT before discharged, they were included before an AEP discharge and then fell back in 5 to 10 years later. The point being that AEP failed to stabilize these buildings over the long term, as you acknowledged in your testimony. For buildings like this, where HPD's other enforcement programs do not seem to meaningfully be changing conditions for tenants, should we consider a fast track that expedites these buildings through a revamped TPT program?
So I think that our proposed criteria really does a better job of capturing the buildings that are in those enhanced enforcement programs, as we saw in the data. We know that we are setting these buildings up for success with the financial support that is an underlying resource as part of the TPT program. So we really do believe that our proposed reforms hit at the goals that you just mentioned of capturing that universe of buildings that have failed to meaningfully stabilize through one of our enhanced enforcement programs.
Thank you. And last one for me for this round, the missing middle that we've talked about offline. What is HPD's proposed solution for buildings that are pulled from, say, the lien sale because they are distressed, but are not then selected for a round of third-party transfer due to capacity constraints, budget, or whatever other reason? This is going to take that.
Thank you for that question. There has been this concern about buildings getting sort of stuck in limbo between the programs, and we do need to pull more properties from the tax lien sale that could be eligible for TPT in order to really end up with our correct selection pool if you sort of think about the way we've indexed in the criteria. But we do recognize this concern. However, we think that it is largely going to be resolved if we match the criteria for the tax lien sale to critical eligible. So we're using the same language across. We'd be pulling the critical eligible buildings, though some of them might not actually end up getting picked up for TPT in that round. They'll then be eligible again for tax lien sale if things have not changed. And in the meantime, just to make sure that we have eyes on this building, HPD would be will do roof to cellar inspections of these buildings just to make sure that we are appropriately monitoring them. And at all times, they will continue to be subject to all of our enhanced monitoring programs. So it's not like they're going to be, live in limbo. We will really make sure that these buildings continue to get the observation and monitoring they need.
So just to make sure I understand you correctly, are you proposing changes to the tax lien sale exemption process?
We're proposing that the existing definition of statutory distress, which right now also lives in the tax lien sale legislation that, yes, excludes properties from the sale, be modified to match our definition of critical eligible that we're proposing in this legislation, such that the two definitions speak the same language on both the tax lien sale legislation and our TPT legislation. That way, there is no middle. It's just that's the universe that's eligible for TPT. It's the same buildings that are eligible year after year. And like Lucy mentioned, once they're on that list, regardless of whether or not they are selected for a TPT round, we are aware of what they are, where they are, and we will be conducting roof to cellar inspections so that we have a good baseline understanding of how to monitor enforcement conditions from year to year.
Okay, and then you're saying that for properties that are removed from the lien sale but then not selected into TPT, they would get extra love and attention from the
We would do a roof to cellar inspection of those buildings, and they would continue to be subject to any of our enforcement.
So given that TPT in the past has taken 2.5 years or more to complete a transfer from the time of selection to the time of transfer, how often would HPD anticipate staying on top of these properties?
Will really depend on complaints that we receive from the building. We'll make sure to do a roof to cellar inspection, and then if things start to get worse, we expect that we will be receiving complaints from the building, and we'll make sure that we have folks out there as we otherwise would. The timing of the tax lien sale and TPT, right, could vary in a given year.
And I'll just add to that that this is the same universe of buildings that we work with the council on and are actually probably known to you, and similarly they are known to us. We are always happy to work in partnership with council members who have some of these types of buildings in their district. I'm thinking of Davidson in your district, Chair, that we had a lot of outreach and a lot of back and forth on that. That's pretty typical of kind of the worst of these kind of buildings, and so we do expect that these are not going to be unknown to us.
Got it. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Epstein before coming back.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, and thank you for being here. Just following up what the chair said about relationship with the council. If the council member or local community-based organizations wanted to flag buildings that should be priority buildings, where in the legislation do you see that as a priority that we can, because the criteria might be some objective criteria, but on the ground you might see something happening very differently that we wanted to highlight a building to move that along quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're right. We have put forth what we really need to be objective criteria that in some ways removes the discretion. But that being said, I think, we do have a relationship with many council members around some of these more problematic buildings. Like I've said, the worst of the worst are not unknown to us because we have been out for so many times to respond to open violations. Once we get the municipal arrears, we will have a sense of what is included in a universe. But I think we always welcome a partnership with council members who want to flag buildings for us to take a look at. But again, the objective criteria for inclusion in the program is intentional.
I only have 5 minutes. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to push on that because I think what you're saying, It could be objectively saying, hey, there's a 7A pending, hey, the council members flagged it, hey, community-based organizations have flagged it. Those can be objective criteria too. They're just not there, so why not include those?
Well, this is a tax enforcement program first and foremost. So that
Well, it's pulling out of a tax lien sale to do a foreclosure to get a building that is distressed because you need repairs and taxes into a new program because tenants are suffering. So
yeah.
it's not just tax foreclosure, it is because there's violations as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what the balance model is really meant to get at. I think that you're absolutely right. On top of that minimum eligibility that we've described here of buildings that have outstanding arrears such that they would be eligible for this tax enforcement program, and they have outstanding violations, hazardous violations, that would mean that they are indexed to be inclusive of our model. We are happy to hear from council members of that universe of buildings, which ones are most problematic, which ones are you getting the most outreach on.
But
We're
would you
happy-
prioritize those buildings?
We would not, no.
Okay.
We are, in our
So I
proposal, we would,
want to go to a different line
Not
of
for
questioning.
TPT,
Not for
but they
TPT.
would absolutely be prioritized for some of our other enforcement programs. This is a limited program in that way.
So I want to talk about the tenant ownership model here. The tenant ownership model seems very weak to me. It doesn't allow, I've worked on TPT buildings that still haven't moved to tenant ownership, 30 years later. I'm wondering how can we guarantee that tenants who are agreeing to do this will at the end, as long as they comply with the obligations that they have, ensure that those tenants will move into an ownership model?
Sure, thank you for that question. We are happy to support in this new legislation the opportunity for HDFC co-ops to reform.
Not HDFCs, I'm talking about buildings that are in TPT that we want them to become tenant ownership buildings, that those buildings will actually guarantee to be transitioned to tenant ownership. Because right now you're transferring it to a third party with no guarantee, even if the tenants comply, that those units will be turned over to the tenants as a cooperative.
So there's a few places that we're supporting tenant ownership, that is allowing HDFC co-ops to reconstitute, as well as providing the opportunity for buildings that are rentals to be able to petition in. The buildings must, first and foremost, meet the minimum eligibility criteria to petition. We will provide notifications to these buildings to let them know what that criteria is.
What guarantees tenants the ability to get their buildings if they agree with a third-party transfer to ensure those buildings become ownership buildings?
Tenants must meet, the building must meet the
So
eligibility
they meet those criteria. What guarantees does HPD put into place to ensure those buildings will become tenant ownership?
Part of what
Clear
we're-
criteria. We have clear criteria for the
but if
standards that they
tenants
have to
comply,
meet.
what's
And these
gonna-
are based in part on some of our experiences with the past, with some of the very buildings that you've struggled with. We know that if tenants are going to take over some of these formerly very troubled buildings, they have to be set up for success. So we have, from this work that we've been doing, worked to identify what is it that's going to really set every one of those tenants up to be successful in that building, and that's the starting point here. And that's where HPD can promise you that when we're working with these buildings, if they can meet that criteria, that we're going to help them, be able to help them get into that ownership
Why
position.
not just do a process where they go into tenant ownership as they meet those criteria, instead of having a third party who can hold it up for 20 years, to ensure, as long as they meet their criteria, they're doing their classes, they're doing their training, they can have a third party monitor to oversee them. Why not give tenants the power to have ownership as an opportunity to guarantee that they will be able to move those buildings into ownership, instead of saying, tenants, you're going to have to do this work, but then you're going to rely on this third party to agree to transfer them, and there's no guarantee HPD or anyone else can force them to turn it over to you.
We don't anticipate that this is going to take 20 years. We believe if the tenants are well set up, we will be able to facilitate these transactions. But these are incredibly troubled buildings. We've been testifying to the fact that they are the worst of the worst. It does mean that we owe it to those tenants to make sure that that building is ready. We're devoting lots of resources, including through the Owner Resource Center, through other parts of HPD, to make sure that we are working with everyone involved to make this program really successful. We'd be happy to offline with you about particular buildings that you're concerned about, but we do believe that the combination of factors, both the resources that the agencies are putting towards this, the standards that we've set out for tenants to be successful, and our general interest in supporting this, means that we are going to be able to do this, and better than we've done it in the past.
It sounds like there's no guarantee that tenants will have if they commit to doing all their trainings and following through everything, that they can guarantee through this process legislatively to get ownership of the building. And you're saying you're going to provide resources, and you're saying there's trouble building. I know I represented many of these buildings in my career to help people become tenant ownership, to then have a nonprofit refuse 5 years later, 10 years later, to even sell the building to the tenants, which leaves the tenants extremely frustrated. So I want to hear what can we do to guarantee these tenants tenant ownership?
We're going to be providing clear timelines and milestones for achieving tenant ownership. We know we've had buildings in the past where there have been timing issues. Part of what we'll be providing programmatically is ensuring that we have those clear timelines laid out so both the tenants and the owners and HPD understand what milestones they have to reach for tenant
Why
ownership.
couldn't we do that statutorily then? Instead of just waiting to have you, through rulemaking, create those timelines?
We could talk more about what you're looking for in terms of what that would look like. We don't see this as a lack of guarantee. We see this as we are going to map out the program and make sure that it works for everyone, and we're happy to offline on some of these details if it doesn't seem like it's going to achieve what you're looking for.
Thank you. No, and just to follow up on Councilmember Epstein, if I understand you correctly, and please cut me off if I'm not, it does seem like HPD does have criteria that tenants need to go through and many hoops to jump in order to become a cooperative. But then at the end, even if they've met all of these criteria, it's still up to HPD's discretion whether or not to accept those criteria. Or at least that's how it comes across, and so I think we're asking for clarity, and I join Councilmember Epstein in wanting that clarity. Would you?
Yeah, and either HPD or the third-party transfer designee have a lot of freedom to make some decisions that they could say to the tenants, even though you've met these criteria, we're not transferring the building, and so that leaves the tenants kind of at a lurch when they've done everything they were asked to do. We want to make sure if they've struggled, they've suffered, we're telling them there's going to be this co-op at the end. We want some guarantees along the way that that'll actually happen, that's committed to in the law, so they can rely on it. And then if that doesn't happen, they can have a basis to sue because they've done everything they need to do. Because they can't just beg for it. We want to give tenants power to do the right thing here. And I'm worried that the way the process is going to just reiterate the problems we had in the 90s and the early 2000s, where people wouldn't get those buildings become tenant ownership because either HPD decided or the nonprofit decided that was not going to happen.
Yeah, I think we can definitely offline to talk a little bit more about what that might look like. And I'll also just say that, again, a lot of this is about removing the discretion and putting in more objective criteria. So I actually think that maybe, once we can talk a little bit about more what we've proposed, we may actually be more in alignment than as it seems right now, because that clarity, that transparency, and the additional resources, of the objective criteria for petitioning to become a tenant-owned building, I think is more in line with maybe what you're envisioning now. And so let's talk more about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll now turn it to Councilmember Salam.
Thank you, Chair. And many of the questions that were raised, of course, embodies many of our districts. And so once that offline conversation happens, definitely we want to make sure that we have the insight into how we move forward. Many longtime Black and brown homeowners in Harlem, particularly seniors on fixed income, reported never receiving adequate notice before Round X. Beyond mailing a notice, with a tax bill rather, what concrete multilingual and multimodal outreach will DOF implement to make these homeowners actually understand that they are at risk?
Thank you for that question. During the tax lien, we implemented a lot of new outreach models to reach tenants, and would work to do the same with TPT. We worked with our partners at HPD, DEP, the Mayor's Public Engagement Unit, and Neighborhood nonprofit groups. We had 66 different events where council members joined us, and our partners at PEU and HPD and DEP also joined us. We developed a 2-page fact sheet outlining important information about the sale, which we would do for the TPT program, which was available in 10 languages and was used by all the city agencies, the Center for Neighborhood Partnership, the outreach partners, and elected officials. We also engaged with person-to-person, where the neighborhood did canvass the neighborhood to let the owners know that their property was part of the lien sale. We'd also do that same engagement with the TPT program.
And can you walk us through what the new 20th percentile distress threshold looks like for typical Harlem brownstone owners with modest tax debt and no serious violations, and confirm they can not be put into this program?
Thank you for that question. So there's sort of two, I think, pieces to that response. Many of those folks will fall under some of the exclusions that we've talked about. That's a part of the legislation that the council and HPD need to still sort of work out, but generally are quite aligned around, both ensuring that folks who are living in their homes, who meet income eligibility criteria, who are veterans or older adults or have disabilities would be excluded outright. But beyond that, the changes from statutory distress to critical eligible and introducing the balance model really are also meant to address all of those concerns from the last program. We do believe that we're going to be seeing larger buildings that are going to be meet the critical eligible definition than under statutory distress. And they're going to be much more distressed, both in terms of having the physical and the financial distress. And I mentioned that they'd be larger, but the median building size we really do expect to be something like 30 units a building, not some of the smaller buildings we saw. And the block pickup removal is also really critical to that. What we saw the last time is that a lot of folks, because they were on a block with other buildings that were quite distressed, if they otherwise met the minimum eligibility requirements, could be included. And that's not going to we're not going to have the block pickup under this version.
What targeted outreach and technical assistance is HPD providing to landlords in high poverty communities of color before they reach the distress threshold, so TPT is truly a last resort and not the first response?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So in terms of properties that are identified for the tax lien sale or removed for the tax lien sale because they've met the eligibility criteria, we're providing additional resources for those owners to understand what's available to them to have them removed from the lien sale. We're establishing and recommending an agency liaison, as well as support for our Owners Resource Center. The Owners Resource Center will provide technical assistance, as well as guidance on resources to how owners can remove their buildings from the tax lien sale. Our additional notifications will have more information, both about the status of the building, the conditions that are placing them in the tax lien sale or making their buildings vulnerable for in rem foreclosure, and adding additional notifications both in statute and programmatically so owners understand, all owners understand where their buildings are and how they can remove them and what resources they have access to be removed from the in rem process.
And Chair, if I may, just one last one. Once a distressed property in Harlem is transferred to a third party, what enforceable guarantees exist in the regulatory agreement to ensure current Black and brown tenants can actually afford to remain there after rehabilitation, not just that the building is technically stabilized?
For all of our programs, including TPT, these are non-displacement programs. When we are working with the designated third party to put together rehab and financing plans for the building, we're looking at the rents in place as well as the incomes of the tenants in place. We are not rent burdening any tenants, which we established as 30% of their income for any program receiving assistance from HPD and preservation. In particular, for the TPT program, it is a non-displacement program.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And we also have a position that is being created through the current version of the bill, it's not final, for an ombudsperson. Can you speak a little bit to the agency's position on the ombudsperson?
Thank you so much. So we definitely agree that customer service, sort of this role that the ombudsperson would play, is really important. I think that's where we actually saw a lot of places for improvement based on how last rounds of TPT have gone. Our recommendation is actually more around a agency liaison, similar type of responsibility, but instead of one person for the whole thing, it's actually one person per agency who is steeped in the, let's face it, pretty complicated ways that operationalizing a tax enforcement program implicates DEP, DOF, and HPD. That agency liaison would be clearly identified both on a agency website, so folks would know who to talk to, and they would be the right person to help dig deep, be the contact person for customer service type issues from owners who are looking to navigate out of the program, tenants who are wondering where they are in the process if they find out that their building is a part of TPT. So we definitely agree with the goal of this recommendation from the council. We have a proposal that we think gets to that goal.
All right, thank you. Whenever we're not going from somebody has to, a private citizen has to deal with multiple agencies to solve one problem versus, having one person that they can go to for everything, it's not quite meeting the intent of why we added that provision, but we can discuss further how we can get it right. Okay, so I want to move to the surplus equity provision in the legislation. The old program did not consider any equity that might be remaining at a property at the time of transfer, but there have been recent Supreme Court decisions and others that would point in the direction of requiring the city to consider such equity that could remain at a property. And so to that vein, the new program creates an application process by which owners can apply for any remaining equity in their property following a transfer. Can you speak to HPD's position on this proposed framework, allowing owners to claim any remaining equity in their property in the event of a transfer? And in past rounds of TPT, was there any instance of owners being returned any version of a surplus equity?
Thank you for that question. I'll answer the last piece first. The current statute does not have a mechanism for making a claim of surplus equity. We agree that owners should have a mechanism to be able to, first, we need the statute to comply with the Supreme Court ruling, and that owners should have the ability to recoup some of their equity in certain circumstances. We are doing this through so owners have awareness, putting notifications, early notification in outreach to the owners, as well as adding a notification to the statute that will instruct owners about how to make that surplus equity claim. Thank you.
Moving to HDFCs, and I always like to start at, as I did in my testimony, like to start with the background for why the city has this power of municipal foreclosure. I think in conversations leading up to today's hearing, there's been a lot of questions about why is the city taking properties, where is this coming from? And it's very important that it is a power that we've had since 1976. And so tracing back that history and looking at what, HDFC co-ops that we have in the city today, so many of them came from that, right? So we talked about in 1994, by 1994, nearly 50,000 units were in the city's ownership, and 22,000 of those became HDFC cooperatives, about 1,000 buildings. Can you just give us a quick lay of the land of how many HDFC cooperatives do we have remaining in the city of New York that were transferred through this mechanism or constituted through this mechanism of third-party transfer or in-rem foreclosure before it? And what is the relative health of HDFCs in the city of New York, HDFC co-ops, that is?
So I think we can get back to you on maybe more specific numbers, which we may not have, but I think also way that we're looking at this is that HDFC co-ops are not separated out just because they're a part of the tax class that is a larger universe. However, because our intent is to identify the worst of the worst, we're really separating it that way. We do know that about in some of our statistical samples and when we've done data analysis, about 30% of the top 500 buildings were HDFC co-ops or HDFC rentals.
How many properties are 30%? You're making me do math. 30% of 500 is 5 times 3, 160, 150, 160? Yeah.
This would vary, right? I think that the takeaway is it does represent that portion of the total building. It would really vary, in a given year, but also depending on the size of the sample. But we do recognize that they're an important block here and something that we know the working group has put a lot of thinking into and we have with your team.
And I understand that there were 83 HDFC co-ops transferred in round 10. So this is sort of consistent with an overrepresentation of HDFCs. Do we know how, you said you don't have this number today, or can you get how many HDFC co-ops remain in the city of New York?
We can get that for you. We definitely have that number somewhere. I just actually don't have it right in front of me, but we'll make sure we get that for you.
Okay, got it. You started to talk about this, but given this disproportionate inclusion of HDFC co-ops in previous TPT rounds and in this model, what is HPD's stance on how HDFCs in particular should be treated in a reimagined version of the program? What unique redemption options should be available to them? What additional supports should they receive?
Well, I'll just say, we think that HDFCs will benefit from a lot of the additional outreach and notifications that we are putting in place here. I do think that we are, first of all, the selection and eligibility criteria is going to change, or we are proposing that it changes such that they are not overrepresented in future rounds of TPT. In addition, the supplemental notices and outreach that we are proposing as part of the reforms will absolutely benefit HDFC co-ops. We are holding ourselves to higher standards in these reforms, and we do expect that there will be a higher level of touch points because of that, including with support from our Owners Resource Center, which is something that didn't exist in previous rounds of TPT. Anything else that maybe, Carrie, you want to add here about that?
Sure. Pardon me. But just to add, we are adding additional notifications that will give HDFC co-ops in particular. These notifications will go to everybody, but HDFC co-ops in particular will benefit from getting earlier notifications in the process. We're also standardizing our payment plan so it's clear to all owners how they can remove their properties from the action. Rosa mentioned the Owners Resource Center. We also have additional resources to homeowners programmatically outside of TPT, outside of the tax lien sale, through the Office of the Homeowner Advocate and through the Homeowners Help Desk, both of which were established in 2024, all to bolster support for homeowners.
We know that there are struggling HDFC co-ops in the city. We have a number of programs to be able to support them so that they don't get to this place, and that's also something we'd really emphasize. It's a huge part of our homeownership focus is being able to help stabilize existing homeowners where they need it.
And in previous rounds, they were not allowed to petition to become cooperative owners once again. In this round, we are actually putting back into statute the ability for HDFC co-ops to petition to reconstitute as co-op ownership once again, even post-TPT.
Yeah, thank you. You said that in your modeling, 30% of the top 500 worst buildings were HDFC co-ops and rentals. Can you give that breakdown between how many were co-ops and how many were rentals?
It's about 20% co-ops, 10% rentals.
20% of the 30%?
Yes, these are
Everybody's gonna help me
all
out with the math.
These are all estimates, right? They are. We've worked very hard on them, but it would be subject in any given year to a ton of variables. So we want to help everyone sort of understand what we're looking at here, but we also want to sort of avoid the perception that it would always be that.
Okay, so roughly 800 or 100 co-ops and 50 rentals, roughly.
Roughly.
That's what
With a
my
grain of salt, please.
That's what my Excel formula would say. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I know the HDFC Coalition is watching, they're submitting testimony, but I do welcome the opportunity to talk further about this because HDFC co-ops were created through in-rem foreclosure. How it's just poetic in the wrongest way for them to go through in-rem foreclosure again, to lose that ownership, even if they can repetition. So welcome the opportunity to talk more about how we can stabilize these properties. Okay, moving to Neighborhood Restore, and 1 second. Moving to Neighborhood Restore, can you describe the details of HPD's contract with Neighborhood Restore, and what is the financial relationship that the city has with this entity?
Sure. Thank you for that question. Neighborhood Restore is a critical partner to HPD and was formed by LISC and Enterprise to support round one of TPT. We provide support programmatically and administratively to Neighborhood Restore at the start of each round to support their administrative functions, overseeing the buildings as interim owner. Neighborhood Restore provides immediate stabilization work as soon as the properties are transferred through the in-rem foreclosure process. They're doing tenant meetings, they're issuing and working with tenants on establishing rent-stabilized leases, as well as assessing emergency conditions and addressing those conditions within the building upon transfer. HPD enters into an agreement with Neighborhood Restore at the start of each funding round, and the relationship is outlined in an MOU between Neighborhood Restore and HPD.
At the beginning of a round, you said?
We enter into an agreement where we provide funding at the beginning of every round with Neighborhood Restore.
Got it. Thank you. Would you provide a copy of that contractual relationship, a copy of the contract to this committee?
We're happy to talk more about that request, yes.
Don't make a subpoena, no, I'm kidding. Okay, we're all friends here. Okay, HPD previously testified that past transfers on occasion have been reversed. Can you share the circumstances that led to any sample reversal or sample reversals? What was the exact mechanism for reversing a transfer? Is HPD able to do this through its contract with Neighborhood Restore?
I'll just start by, thank you so much. I think we'll start by saying we agree that there are definitely limited circumstances in past precedent where reversals have been necessary. And moving forward, we are really striving to carve out objective bases that are fiscally responsible. So as I said, we are really trying to be more intentional about our objective criteria for many, many parts of this program. You know, in previous situations, we recognize that sometimes an owner has attempted to address issues. So there have been situations in the past where we have reversed transfers because, you know, certain missteps along the way. We don't expect that to be the case moving forward because of the new criteria and much of the smoothing out of the process that we've identified. But there are also objective criterias that can trigger removal of a property prior to a final judgment. That's things like the validity of a lien, or maybe the city's already collected payment on all the taxes and interest, so that can happen when there's something subject to foreclosure. Similarly, if charges are canceled, that is also a situation where we would reverse. And then also, just a note here that applications for reversal would be subject to the In-Rem Foreclosure Release Board, which is a body that deals with this type of situation.
What is the current status of the In-Rem Foreclosure Release Board? Has it been used in the past? Why?
So we're supportive of keeping the In-Rem Foreclosure Release Board in the current statute. As Rosa said, there are limited circumstances where we will work, where a reversal will take place. We need to have clear and objective criteria and limit discretion. One piece that we are recommending that we would like to continue discussing is that the city will need to retain discretion to reverse transfers where there is surplus equity that cannot be supported by the city.
Do you have examples of when the in-rem foreclosure release board has been used?
To my knowledge, we don't have any recent examples of a release from the in-rem foreclosure release board. We'd like to continue talking about that provision with the council.
Got it. Thank you. What are estimated costs for each of your agencies to administer the program in round 10 and moving forward to if there is a round 11?
Sure. So in terms of looking forward to a round 11, because we're still negotiating this legislation, we are happy to keep talking about what our estimates will look like once we have finalized legislation. We do know that staffing, capital, and programmatic support is critical to the success of the TPT program and ensuring we have good customer service and are able to administer the program effectively. For potential costs, we will need programmatic support for the Owner's Resource Center to support Neighborhood Restore, to be able to support the appraisals that we'll need to conduct to estimate surplus equity or assess surplus equity, as well as to make surplus value payments where necessary and where supported. We'll need specific staffing support as well as capital support to ensure that we have dollars to rehab the buildings that are coming through the in-rem foreclosure process and being disposed to or being transferred to a third-party designated entity.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the process that the agency imagines undertaking to determine the surplus value?
Sure. So we have two pieces of notification that will include information about the surplus equity process. First, for the final warning notice, that will include information to the owner, making them aware that there's an opportunity to request surplus equity and what that process will look like. In the statute, we are adding a notification that will be sent, that will require a report to be sent to the owner that includes the assessment of the surplus equity. This notice will also allow owners an opportunity to dispute, to either make that claim or dispute the findings of the appraisal.
And who is conducting the appraisal?
HPD will need to contract once we have final legislation in place. We need to contract with the vendor to be able to complete those as-is appraisals.
Thank you. And then turning back to tenant ownership before turning it back to my colleague, Councilmember Epstein, how many buildings have successfully converted to tenant ownership via previous rounds of TPT?
Thank you. Yes, there are 73 tenant petition properties supported through rounds 1 through 10.
And were those 73 tenant petitions completed?
47 have converted, 13 have remained long-term rentals, and 10 buildings are pending conversion and are post-construction and loan conversion, and 3 properties are in construction and pre-development.
And for the properties that are long-term, the 13 properties that are long-term rentals, the ones that have stalled in the process, as we've been discussing, how does HPD understand why that stalling has occurred?
In limited circumstances, a tenant petition is not able to successfully convert into a co-op. I don't have exact information on the 13 long-term rentals. I'd be happy to talk more about those and their circumstances.
Thank you. So turning to the process to petition for tenant ownership, in the TPT working group report, you all state that Neighborhood Restore HDFC works with HPD and the selected qualified third party to stabilize, engage, and plan for rehabilitation and future ownership of these properties. Can you break down for us what is happening at each stage? So the transfer occurs, the tenants are working with a qualified third party. Is that qualified third party then the entity that also helps them transition into ownership, or can you just break down that process for us?
Sure. So at the start, for any building, and now this will include going forward HDFC co-ops, The building must meet the minimum eligibility criteria to have the opportunity to be a tenant petition, which is what we call the future co-op process. That is, the building must have 10 or more units. It must be occupied 50% or more, and 80% of those tenants have to indicate an interest in home ownership, as well as identify a designated entity from our pre-qualified list of entities. That designated entity will take the project through pre-development, construction, and support the co-op in forming after the construction has completed.
And so at what point is that final determination made that we've done pre-development, we've done construction, the tenants have come together and they've met the minimum criteria? At what point does HPD then decide that the tenants can become shareholders?
As I said, there are limited circumstances where we are determining that the project has not met the milestones. I don't have specific details about where in that process. It is different for every co-op. We have to ensure that the co-op is being formed to be successful. I'd be happy to follow up and talk more about instances in terms of past projects.
Thank you. Councilmember Epstein?
If there's a history of harassment in a building where findings of harassment have been determined, is that a factor at all in your determination whether a building can go through TPT?
So not specifically. So again,
That's great. Okay, not specifically.
Yeah.
And it's not in the statute, right?
No.
So if there's a long-term history of harassment, tenant's been suffering through harassment, that is not a factor currently that you'd want to consider in whether a building can go through TPT.
Again, I think our objective criteria that we've determined here does a
Well,
good...
objectively, if someone does a finding of harassment, that's a judged determination there's harassment. That's an objective standard, right?
Yes, but we do have lots of preservation programs and support for buildings that may not meet the criteria of TPT. We do expect that buildings that are in physical and financial distress may fall into that category and be captured by this program.
So I just want to focus on the HDFCs. So 20% out of the top 500 are co-ops and about 10% of those rentals. Of those 10% that are rentals, how many of those didn't get an Article 11 tax exemption, do you know?
So the numbers that we were giving were sort of the hypothetical of what would happen if it was in place today.
No, I'm saying, you said there's 500 distressed buildings right now. You think 30% of them are HDFCs?
Sorry, let's go back to that a little bit. That is analysis that we've done to say, if this was in place today and
Right.
we were going to select a hypothetical 500, how do we think that the model would work out? So they're not actual
Sure.
buildings, and we can't speak to which.
So we don't know if any of those got any rehab at all from the city when they converted. We don't know if they got an Article 11. We don't know if they got system-wide work. We don't know if the city supported them when those buildings were converted to HDFCs, right?
Right, so they're hypothetical buildings, so we can't speak to the
Right.
exact.
So there might be buildings who converted to an HDFC, like in my neighborhood, that didn't get any support at all and never got an Article 11, may look distressed, but they never got the gut rehab some of these newer buildings are getting. That's possible, right? So
That's certainly possible, yeah.
So is there a way to view those buildings differently, especially if some buildings got rehab and other buildings didn't get the support that they needed to get stabilized from the beginning? They may have to spend their resources doing the roof and the pointing and the kitchen bathrooms on their own because HPD didn't initially come in with the resources that they did with other properties.
Yeah, I think that this goes back to our proposal for additional outreach and support and off-ramps from TPT.
Right.
In particular, we're making it easier for owners, including HDFC cooperative owners, to make payments by giving them access to more clear, standard, and transparent payment plans. And they can also apply to Article 11 support and get support through our preservation financing
It's funny,
programs,
'cause
which would be an getting the financial support, addressing the physical issues. Those are off-ramps to TPT for any owner, but we do believe that HDFC co-ops will benefit from the reforms that we're putting in place for that off-ramp.
It's funny because I had a meeting with HPD the other day about an Article 11 for a building that's an HDFC that's been trying to get an Article 11 for about 20 years. And we're like, okay, we're ready to do the paperwork. They're like, well, we don't have any Article 11 money this year. Maybe we'll consider you for next year. And this is a building that's distressed because of the taxes, but need the support from HPD. How do we ensure that the buildings that are in that process, who are trying to get the support but aren't able to get the support, can, find a different path?
We're happy to talk about that building more. I know the exact building that you're speaking of is on that call. In general, as Rosa said, we have support for these buildings. We have Article 11s. We have City Capital. We do need support for more resources in terms of making sure that we're able to meet those buildings.
Yeah, more resources, Article 11s, more money is better for us. I agree with you.
Yeah,
Can I know, you said 3 are still in construction. This is from 2015, right?
In terms of the tenant petitions?
Yeah.
So the round was started in 2015. Transfers happened in 2018. Litigation was still resolving on some of those transfers, which delayed our ability to move forward on those buildings. That round 2 was subject, unfortunately, we had delays during COVID. So we have 3 buildings from round 10 that we're working on right now.
So 47 out of 37 converted, 13 long-term rentals, basically 60% have converted, 40% have not. And so these are tenants who initially submitted with the 80% saying that they wanted to get into tenant ownership, and 40% of those have not gotten into tenant ownership. That's what I hear you saying, right?
I can't confirm your percentages because I can't do math that quick in a hearing, but I will say that we are working with a portion of these buildings to ensure they're converting both on their construction financing as well as into their
And this
co-op.
is from the round from 2015, or 2018, depending on the year.
Pardon me, the round 10 properties, those are the 3 that we were speaking of. Those were subject to litigation, which delayed work in those buildings, and in some instances,
Those other buildings are
transfers.
still
The other buildings were from prior rounds. So those are representing buildings that are still either delayed in getting the co-op conversion or delayed in construction. We've had a lot of construction delays.
So 10 years. People would be waiting 10 years and still waiting to become a co-op.
We're still actively working with some buildings.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm gonna ask a couple more rapid fire to HPD, and then I'm turning to sister agencies. The effect of the lien sale reforms on third-party transfer. At the end of last session, the council enacted legislation amending the lien bank and the lien sale process to allow a land bank to approach foreclosure more holistically by considering revenues, community need, and housing conditions. How does the administration envision synergizing the new procedures for the land bank with the proposed reforms to third-party transfer?
So I'll start by saying our definition for critical eligible is the real key piece here. This is something that would allow us to enact a round of TPT regardless of an existing lien sale year to year, but it also helps standardize that definition of buildings that are most appropriate to be removed from the tax lien sale. In addition, we work with our partners, as our colleague from DOF mentioned, on outreach and support for any homeowners and property owners who are potentially impacted by property tax enforcement legislation. We envision that moving forward through any reforms on tax lien sale, land bank, and other future iterations of that legislation, we would continue to conduct outreach and provide support through many of our neighborhood partners and in partnership with our sister agencies like DOF and DEP.
Thank you. In terms of the process for third-party transfer, and the fact that it takes 2.5 years, where it in the past did take 2.5 years on average, does the agency have any perspective on shortening that process, especially with the consideration of focusing on the worst of the worst through this critically eligible definition?
Yeah, definitely. We know that there have been extended timelines. As Carrie mentioned, some of this was a part of COVID construction delays and many other things that affected the timeline. We do think that moving forward with clarified objective criteria, we will have a more seamless approach to the transfer process. And we do expect that given adequate resources, we will be able to be more responsive. But again, it's very hard to predict without knowing the scale, cost, and outcomes of this program as it's envisioned right now. We'll learn more year to year, and every program at HPD is iterative. We're committed to making sure that from year to year and from round to round, the program is as best as it could possibly be.
I would just add, we are, as the working group was, as we have been in all of our discussions, balancing a number of really important priorities. Clarity and intention is really important here, also making sure that we get it right, and you'll see that in particular, that we really need to bring that level of thoughtfulness and possibility for us to adjust as we enter the first couple of rounds of this, because that is really important. We recognize the seriousness and importance of this program.
Thank you. With respect to monitoring during the process, the in-rem foreclosure process, we're talking about a selection methodology that looks at properties at a point in time and looks at the violation counts at that point in time for the last 3 years. How will HPD and agencies be monitoring for ongoing distress, or will HPD be monitoring for ongoing distress throughout the process?
Sure, and I might tap my colleague behind me. So I think the first point is that these projects will all remain subject to any of our normal enforcement programs. So should there be concerns and complaints, we will be responsive to those. We will also, as we've talked about, conduct a roof-to-cellar inspection. However, what I want to flag is that there might be difficulties at different points in accessing the property as it's moving its way through this process. We're aware of that as a limiting factor, and so we just want to make sure that we're cautious about that, but also all of the normal processes and tools that HPD has at hand will continue to be part of our toolkit.
Thank you. And finally, for now, for HPD, at this committee's hearing a few years ago, you testified that 62 properties were transferred in round 10. Can you just give us an update on these 62 properties?
Sure, thank you for that question. I'm happy to speak to that. 64 properties eventually have been transferred to Neighborhood Restore as our interim owner. That number increased because of resolution of some litigation post that initial 28 round. 43 of those properties have been transferred to a third party, and 21 properties remain with Neighborhood Restore. Of the 43, 16 have completed construction, and the remaining 27 are mid-construction.
So the 21 properties that are still with Neighborhood Restore, can you describe to us why they are still with Neighborhood Restore?
Sure, 6 of those are vacant lots. 15 are buildings. 4 of those buildings are in litigation. The remainder of the buildings have designated entities, and we're working through the pre-development process.
How many vacant lots?
6.
6. Okay, got it. Thank you. All right. A very important part of this conversation is just making sure that our processes are as strong as they can be. So just turning to the outreach and what information agencies have in order to do that outreach, can each agency talk about what information or how good your information is for property owners? A couple years ago, HPD testified that you rely heavily on the multiple dwelling registration. Has that process moved online? Are you seeing higher rates of compliance? DEP testified that you rely heavily on those who are registered to the ratepayers who are registered to MyDEP. Have the numbers increased for those registrations? And for the Department of Finance, you said you rely heavily on mail, and you don't require email or phone in most interactions. Has that changed?
Thank you. We encourage taxpayers to give us their email address, their cell phone, every time they interact with us. We have changed all our forms for all our different type of applications, whether it's an exemption or something in another area that's not dealing with the exemption unit, to have email addresses and phone numbers. Again, ends up being, it's up to the customer to give us that information, but we do encourage it, and it is asked on every application. As of now, we have about 45,000 email addresses. 55,000 email addresses and about 45,000 cell phone numbers. But it's encouraged at interval when we talk to customers to give us that information.
Out of how many properties? This is just residential, or this is across?
This is across the board of all our
So
properties.
across 1 million properties in the city of New York, you have 55,000 email addresses?
Yes, again, we encourage the customers to give it to us, but it's up to them to give it as we deal with them.
And so for these 55,000 email addresses and 45,000 cell phone numbers, what is the Department of Finance's sort of protocol for redundancy? Are you emailing every notice that you mail, or are you only emailing? What do you use email for versus what you're mailing?
Well, customers have to opt in to get emails. It's just necessary we just send the emails out to them. But we will email notification and notices if they write in for a billing problem. We'll email them if they give us their email address through our system we use for dealing with correspondence and questions. If they write in, we'll email them back that information. Again, if we have it and they want it to be emailed, we'll email it back to them, but they have to opt in for email.
So for property tax bills, for delinquencies, are you mailing and emailing when you have contact information that is broader?
Yes.
And what about for, now I'm just being, things like that you mail, like the notice of property value, are you also emailing that?
Let me just double check with my partner. No. We're not emailing the notice of property value.
And why not? Is it an opt-in problem?
State law limits how we have to send it through the mail. State law limits that action.
State law says you can't email?
Yes.
In this case, okay. Okay, thank
So
you.
I could get back to you. We'll double check to make sure, but as of now, it's state law limits it, but let's get back to you on that to be sure.
So HPD has a multiple dwelling registration requirement for properties that are 3 units and above. One, my original question is, what is compliance with that registration requirement look like? What is the rate that we're seeing for the 700,000-ish properties that we have, residential properties we have in the city of New York? And why isn't there data sharing? Because 55,000 emails sounds like there's not data sharing.
Thank you, council member. So not every property that is with DOF is required, is required to register with HPD. Right now we have a pool of about 170,000 properties that are required to register with us. And that includes all multiple dwellings, right? 3 units or more. And then 1 or 2 family dwellings if neither the owner nor their relative lives in the property, right? So it's a significant difference. Of our 170,000 properties, we also have about 50,000, 45,000 emails. That covers about 100,000 properties though. So obviously some people are registered for more than one property. We use that information right now to email owners about complaints we receive and violations that are issued. It's not the official notification because we'd love to talk to you about that too in the future, but separate conversation. Property registration still requires a hard copy signature for us at this point. Again, potentially a conversation for another day. But most large properties are registered. So it's upwards of 90% of bigger properties in the city that are registered. We do have challenges registering small properties, 3, 4, 5 unit properties, and we continue to work on increasing that percentage. Perhaps simplifying some of the requirements would assist us to increase that percentage.
Got it. Did you say that property registration requires, that has to be sent in via snail mail?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I saw that last night. Not good. Let's, can we change that in the city? Is that city statute or?
We would be happy to continue that conversation, council member.
Great. Okay, we'll LS it right now. So there notwithstanding, there are penalties associated with not registering with the City of New York. I see anyone who fails to file as required shall be subject to civil penalties between $500 and $1,500 for a multiple dwelling with 5 units or less. There's a lot of thousands of dollars in this block of text here. How often is HPD issuing those violations for those 70,000 properties that you said you don't have contact information for?
We do issue violations every year once the period passes for registration. We do not often seek civil penalties. Again, most of those properties that fail to register are smaller properties.
For the universe that we're talking about, focusing the new program on, the Safer Act on, how is your coverage of contact information in terms of cell phones, emails, and addresses for these properties?
Again, this is a sample, the 200 and 500, but as the properties get larger, as it goes from 10 units to 30 units, should we go to the critical eligible definition, I think we will have, anecdotally, we will have good coverage of those properties.
Including HDFC co-ops? And
HDFC co-ops are required to register.
Thank you. And so moving to DEP and ratepayers, there's this one example somewhere in my notes of just a misadministration of a water lien that was misapplied, and a property was transferred, and then it was reversed. But how is uptake with my DEP looking in 2026?
Absolutely. And Councilmember, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And if I could just introduce myself, my name is Albert Kramer, the Deputy Commissioner for the Bureau of Customer Services. And I also want to say that we at DEP are very supportive of TPT, the public policy goal of helping tenants and to enforce property taxes in a fair and equitable manner. So in terms of my DEP account uptake, we have approximately 540,000 of our 838,000 customers that are enrolled. That means for all of those customers, we have email addresses. And just to sort of go to the question before addressing your current question, I think the outreach and partnership that happened between DOF, HPD, and the Mayor's Office for the FY25 lien sale is a great model, where DEP had email addresses, and actually very effectively we had cell phone numbers for a lot of the folks that were on the lien sale list. So for the first time, we shared those with our agency partners so that they could do text message outreach, emails. So I think there's opportunities to model that here for third-party transfer if and when the program were to move ahead, so that we take a city approach towards outreach as opposed to those silos. And in terms of your question, I believe you're referring to a situation in which a payment was applied to the wrong account. And so the customer that was making the payment, were reliant on them to tell us which account number they wanted to be applied to. The fact that it was for a TPT type eligible property that went down this path is a rare but ultimately unfortunate type of situation. And I can just assure you that, going forward for a new population of TPT, we would be manually reviewing these types of accounts. We would be tracking whether payments have come in, and we would certainly do outbound research and outreach to customers to ensure that, if they say, hey, I thought I paid that bill, we'll make sure that we take that seriously to track that down or to help ensure that they understand how much they owe.
Thank you. That's great to hear about the sharing of information. And one of the goals that we have in this overhaul is to inform more entities, more people, more folks about what is happening. I think it's a wonderful and a great start to have DEP share information with finance and HPD, maybe even just beyond this program, but just in general, there should be some sharing. But what about our goal of sharing information with tenants, with additional shareholders, with more of the folks that if they had some sort of early alarm that their property was subject to transfer, or the place where they lived was subject to transfer, that might activate further action. What does HPD have on that? And in the case of DEP and DOF, for DEP, are there ratepayers that are not the primary owner, where you have information that you could share with HPD? And similarly with DOF, do you have other sources of information that could supplement HPD's information?
Thank you. We're happy to share any information we have on property with our partner at HPD. We do, based on our tax bill, sometimes we do get in where there's a third party who is aware of the property, who might pay for the bill, or who wants to be on the property records. Those information can be shared with our partners at any time.
But you don't? You're just happy to moving forward? Have you had conversations?
Right now,
about
we
what that
do
looks like?
share information with DEP about ownership. I'm not sure if what information that they might not be getting, but we could definitely take a look at it to make sure that they're getting all the ownership information that we have.
Thank you. I mean, and what I have in mind here is if Department of Finance has folks that are registered for SCRI or D or, you know, any of these exemptions that are tied to an address for a property that is going through the new version of Safer Homes, that information can be used to contact those folks and alert them that changes.
Yes,
potentially coming.
understandable. That's the same thing as we have people who also registered to pay the tax bill that's related to, like, a child paying for the parent. We could share that information also, because we do have the names on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can speak to the question about notifications of shareholders and residents. We agree that additional outreach and notifications are necessary and support that in terms of the proposed legislation. In terms of what we are recommending is, I think, kind of two different types of notifications. One, before the action commences, we'll be providing additional notices. As I mentioned earlier, these early notices will go to the HDFC co-ops as well as all of the building owners where their properties may be vulnerable to in-rem foreclosure. We're also adding to the statute an additional notice that will be posted within the building and the building common areas where we're able to get access, so tenants and shareholders are aware shortly after the action commences that the building is at risk of in-rem foreclosure.
So just to clarify, so notice posted within buildings, sure, it's very clear how, you know, residents would be able to see that. The first early notice that you mentioned, what's the mechanism for shareholders and tenants or residents to see that who are not on the board, or if it's a co-op?
One of the things that we have to balance in terms of our notification is the timing and the milestones, where alerting owners, shareholder board, or the building owner versus the tenants and shareholders has to be balanced with that information. So the early warning notice that I mentioned would go to the building owner, so whoever is registered and receiving those notifications pre-commencement. After the action commences and the building is getting, you know, further along in the in-rem foreclosure process, that is when we would alert tenants and shareholders in a building.
Directly or through these hallway postings?
Through the postings.
Okay, so just, I sat through as a you know, humble staffer, many hearings where HPD talked about posting in corridors and posting by elevators that tenants never saw, that residents never saw. So I just take my skepticism that they will see it moving forward. I continue to be concerned about that and want to ensure that we land on a mechanism that has this information going before all shareholders' eyes and residents' eyes.
We're happy to keep discussing.
Thank you. Okay, last question here for DEP, unless somebody flags for me that I committed an egregious error in not asking something. But on DEP's charges, and again, going back to, you know, the primary goal that all properties are stable, everybody is in good condition. Can you talk about the rates of disputes of water and sewer charges? How many ratepayers in, say, the last fiscal year or two disputed water and sewer charges with DEP? And how do you help New Yorkers with say, leak protection, right? If folks have a leak, then they might see a doubling or tripling of their bill. How does DEP help New Yorkers with that?
Absolutely. So I'll start with the last part of your question. So we offer something called our leak notification program, which is that we have water meters, and then we have a smart reader that's communicating the readings associated with that water meter. And if we notice a large spike in consumption, we have an algorithm in place to flag that for customers, to let them know that they may need to. You'd be amazed how much a running toilet can lead to an increase in one's water bill. And so we're trying as best as we can to proactively communicate that. And then as a part of those proactive communications, even if after fixing the leak, the customer may see that their bill has increased as a result of that leak. And then we offer something we call the Leak Forgiveness Program, which customers can dispute their bill or essentially apply for that program that provides relief up to 50% of the increase in their bill due to their leak. Councilmember, I don't have on hand specific dispute stats about like the last calendar or fiscal year, but I will provide that as a follow-up. But what I will say, and this is something that's very important to DEP as part of all of our enforcement processes, is if we make a mistake or there's something off about a dispute, we fix it. And then when it comes to lien sale or third-party transfer or any other enforcement process such as service terminations, as a matter of practice, we ensure that we review those disputes before a determination is made. If we don't feel that we can fully do that review in the timeline we have, we'll remove that property from that enforcement process to really ensure that that property goes through and is able to exercise their full dispute rights.
Thank you. That's helpful to understand. And similarly, Department of Finance, especially in light of reforms that came through, the lien sale reforms that we undertook in the council, if a homeowner has outstanding property tax debt today, what is DOF putting on the table to assist these homeowners?
We have several different type of payment plans that customers could enter into for to be removed from the lien sale. We also, as my partner in DEP has said, if there is an issue with trying to determine there's a problem with the payment, we will remove any issues or any type of research that needs to be done. We'll remove that property from the lien sale to ensure that it's not sold until we've resolved the issue. We also have, as council, for the legislation of council, we have the easy exit removal, which worked very well, where it gives up to 3 times a person could be requested to remove from the lien sale with no questions. They just come to us, fill out the form. We put this in place last year at the 2025 lien sale, which worked very well. We also have done extensive outreach, which have really helped during this last lien sale, where we were able to tell the customers the different off-ramps they have to be removed from the lien sale. There was a new circuit breaker, PTA circuit breaker, installment agreement that was implemented, as well as our standard agreements and all of their different exemptions at each outreach session and every billing. We also mentioned every single outreach exemptions that people could possibly qualify for.
Okay. Thank you. That's good to hear that those things have changed after the way that we envision them in the legislation. Okay, my last question is on vacant buildings, actually, for HPD. HPD's latest AEP report states that since the program's inception, 254 buildings were discharged because they were vacant for at least 1 year. What is HPD's plan for those vacant, deteriorating properties once they are discharged? And if they are vacant, if these vacant, deteriorating buildings also have significant financial problems, wouldn't they be strong candidates for the reimagined third-party transfer program?
The beginning of the question.
Wouldn't these vacant properties, these vacant buildings that are
No, I'm sorry.
deteriorating-
The report that you referenced that was talking about which vacant
the latest
buildings you're
AEP
talking about.
report. The year 17 report, not
Yes.
the round 17 report.
Okay. Thank you. We're piecing it together. Apologies for the delay on our end. So those buildings would go through AEP as they're doing. If they are subject to the TPT criteria, right, where they would meet both the eligibility and the selection criteria, then they would go through TPT. If they don't meet the criteria, they would be subject to any of the other enforcement programs or remain in AEP. You know, I think this gets back to a little bit of some of what we were discussing with Councilmember Epstein, sort of that sort of balance of having that objective criteria. This is primarily a tax enforcement program, so that would be sort of their first entry into it, and whether or not sort of these tools as the best direction for getting to stabilization is how we sort of set up getting to the balanced approach model and using this way of doing it. If, however, they meet the criteria, then we do think that they are in a, you know, and they go through TPT, that would make sense as an outcome.
Thank you. Just reviewing my notes here. I just want to state for the record and request more thorough response, an unrelated topic that's connected to the cold snap deaths that happened earlier this year. It is my understanding that there have been 15 cold snap deaths in the city of New York for people who died of hypothermia in or directly adjacent to their homes. It's connected to what we're talking about here, you know, potentially, depending on what the administration finds. But please share with the public, share with this council what happened there. What are these buildings? What were the conditions there? Were these properties known to the city? I've asked these questions for a month now, and I have not received a response. So if you have anything, please share. But I did receive responses last night that told me nothing from City Hall, and I just implore the administration to share this information with the public so that we can make better decisions moving forward.
Yeah, we'll follow up. Thank you.
All right, with that, I want to thank the administration for your testimony today, for your hard work in getting this legislation to where it is, and I look forward to moving it forward. Thank you.
Us too. Thank you, Councilmember.
All right. I will now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recording as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic of the third-party transfer program, including the following legislation, intro number 657. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. And one moment while we pull up the first panel. Okay, the first panel will consist of Oksana Miranova of Community Service Society, Russell Crane of Legal Aid Society, Robert Desir of Legal Aid, Lacey Tauber of Borough President Reynoso's office, and Sonali Govind of ANHD. And whoever is ready can begin when ready. Get cozy. Yeah, all right.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for your leadership on this issue and for your leadership on issues related to code enforcement in general. We at the Community Service Society have promoted economic opportunity and well-being for low-income New Yorkers since 1843. And we have been at the forefront of advocacy for better housing conditions since the beginning, from the city's first tenement laws in the 1800s to contemporary organizing for strong tenants' rights. We conduct a survey every single year called the Annual Survey of Housing and Economic Security. And this year, it has showed wide housing quality issues across the rental market. We found the greatest amount of quality issues among low-income tenants in particular and housing voucher holders specifically. At the same time, we know that there are specific landlords who have spent years deferring maintenance in their buildings, making conditions essentially unlivable for their tenants without recourse. We see the same names on the worst landlord list every single year. New York City needs stronger tools to stabilize, thank you. New York City needs stronger tools to stabilize buildings in financial and physical distress and to hold bad landlords accountable. Dovetailing with broader tax lien sale reform, the Safer Homes Act would create such a tool. It would improve TPT, its targeting, and increase outreach to building owners. The revamped program will focus on buildings in most severe physical and financial distress, while clearly communicating with owners and residents alike throughout the process. We're particularly excited about Safer Homes' potential to expand the pathway for tenants to create new low-income co-ops, creating a new pathway for new social housing creation. CSS offers our full support to the Safer Homes Act.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council Member. I'm Russell Crane, staff attorney at the Legal Aid Society's Housing Justice Unit Group Advocacy Unit. It's great to be here today in front of you. To begin with, want to just express deep thanks for your advocacy and leadership with regard to your constituents and our clients at 220105 Davidson. And wanted to talk about that building because it shows the importance of the legislation before you, the Safer Homes Act. So 220105 Davidson is a 49-unit rent-stabilized building in the University Heights neighborhood in the Bronx. And it is an example of what happens when there's a building that remains in limbo for a long period of time from a neglectful owner. And what can happen when that exists for a long time. So 2201 Davidson had experienced neglect many years ago. In 2015, the city had placed 2201 Davidson into round 10 of the TBT program because there were already millions of dollars in property tax debt and deplorable conditions in the building. The people who then took control of the LLC owner of the building managed to stop the TBT program through a federal bankruptcy filing. But after doing that, it became clear that they had no plan to resolve this property tax debt owed to the city and to address the conditions. So because of the bankruptcy filing, it stopped the TBT transfer process. The city and the tenants asked the bankruptcy court to dismiss the case because the owners didn't do anything in bankruptcy court to resolve the property tax debt with the city. It was finally dismissed from bankruptcy court in 2018, and had the TBT program been functioning then, the building could have proceeded into the TBT transfer process without the building conditions worsening, which has happened over the preceding 8 years. So they, at that time then, the Davidson tenants found themselves in this world where there was an owner that had no plan, long-term plan to resolve the debt, no long-term plan for repairs, but there was nothing the city had available at the time because of the legal complications with the existing TPT program. And so it was, it was deeply difficult for tenants who are living at the building. And I want to say also our organizing partners from Northwest Bronx, our Bronx, are also here, and one of the tenants from Davidson who you may hear from in just a bit about what it was like. But I mean, the elevator stopped working for 2 years at the end, leaving people having to walk 6 flights. We've mentioned leaks and vermin infestation. So deplorable conditions. The owner completely stopped even cleaning common areas of the building, so tenants had to come together themselves to pool funds to do cleaning. Another aspect that I think happened in Davidson, is common in these buildings, is that because the owner was leaving the building, the front door lock was broken, and so trespassers would enter, and Davidson tenants felt threatened by people who would come into their building who shouldn't have been there. But ultimately, because of tenants' advocacy and with your support, the building was finally able to be moved into the TPT transfer program. But I think it stands as an example of where had it been able to happen earlier, some of the conditions that now will cost more and take longer to fix could have been addressed earlier.
Thank you. And I know I'm supposed to cut folks off at the 2 minutes mark, but I know that there were so many years that you were working on this case, and I just want to personally again thank you for that work with 2201 Davidson, because we wouldn't be here without that and the work of Northwest Bronx. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, for the opportunity to testify. We appreciate the Council's continued leadership in strengthening tools that address distressed housing while preserving affordability and housing stability. Sorry I didn't introduce myself. I'm Robert Desir of the Legal Aid Society Civil Law Reform Unit, and we're very thankful for your leadership in bringing this legislation and the work that you have done with our clients in the Bronx. First, this legislation is necessary because traditional enforcement tools often fail when buildings fall into severe financial and physical distress. The Legal Aid Society's economic equities and group advocacy projects regularly work with tenants and small homeowners facing these conditions. During these periods where ownership has effectively walked away or lacks capacity to maintain the property, tenants stay in place while essential services fail. The TPT program is critical because it provides a mechanism not just to enforce violations, but to transfer distressed buildings to responsible ownership, capable of rehabilitating them and maintaining safe, affordable housing. Secondly, Intro 657 strengthens protections for the tenants who are left behind in these distressed buildings. The bill promotes earlier intervention and clearer enforcement standards so that buildings experiencing severe deterioration can be addressed sooner. It also improves transparency and communication. For tenants, this means a greater likelihood that long-standing hazardous conditions will be addressed and that their homes will remain affordable and secure during and after ownership transitions. At the same time, this legislation appropriately incorporates protections for small homeowners. Finally, the success of this legislation will depend on strong implementation. Tenant participation in issues such as management selection and major rehabilitation decisions must remain central. Strong oversight of successor sponsors is also essential to ensure that repairs are completed and buildings move toward long-term stability. The program must be supported with adequate financial and technical resources, including training and support for buildings transitioning to cooperative or nonprofit ownership models. Again, we thank you for the opportunity to testify. Our written testimony will be submitted shortly. We look forward to any questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, and thank you for holding this hearing today. My name is Lacey Tauber. I'm representing Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, who wants to thank you and your team for giving this legislation the time, attention, and thoughtfulness required for it to be successful. Since 1996, the TPT program has been an important tool in the city's toolbox to hold landlords accountable, protect tenants, and preserve and improve affordable housing. Its goal is to transfer properties with high municipal debt and poor living conditions from delinquent landlords to responsible owners. However, the program's existing enabling legislation contains multiple issues that cause too many properties, including owner-occupied homes, to be swept up in the last round. This led to unnecessary foreclosures and lawsuits and undermined the program's purpose. The Safer Homes Act addresses these issues and creates the framework for a more targeted program that focuses on the most distressed properties, those with the highest levels of debt and hazardous or immediately hazardous violations. This can range from mold and leaks that can cause long-term health problems to fire safety, security, or structural conditions that put tenants in imminent risk of harm. The legislation also adds crucial changes identified by the city's TPT working group, including ending the problematic block pickup provision, adding more robust outreach requirements, and giving HDFC co-ops the opportunity to become co-ops again after transfer. It promotes opportunities for tenant ownership, adds community land trusts and eligible third parties for property transfer, and creates a path for vacant land and unoccupied buildings to be redeveloped, increasing opportunities to create social housing. Additionally, it adds a new provision to protect against legal challenges by allowing property owners to claim surplus equity. 2 weeks ago in Brooklyn, the administration held its first rental ripoff hearing, where hundreds of Brooklynites came out to tell the mayor about their poor living conditions. For some of these tenants, a different enforcement mechanism may be the right option to get their issues addressed. But for those who are suffering through the most hazardous situations brought on by the most neglectful landlords, the Safer Homes Act gives the city the tool it needs to step in and restore their quality of life while maintaining rents they can afford. Thank you again for holding this hearing. The Borough President will continue to be a partner in this work to stabilize our neighborhoods and deliver accountability for our city's renters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez. My name is Sonali Govind, and I am the Housing Policy Associate at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, a leading policy and advocacy organization representing over 80 nonprofits whose mission center on affordable housing. ANHD strongly and enthusiastically supports the Safer Homes Act. For too long, tenants in New York City's most distressed buildings have endured hazardous conditions and chronic neglect while bad-acting landlords evade accountability. The Safer Home Act fixes that. For the first time, New York City will have a clear pathway to move the most distressed buildings into nonprofit ownership, stewards with a proven track record of maintaining affordability and remaining accountable to the people who actually live there. We want to acknowledge that several provisions in this bill directly reflect recommendations we raised in prior testimony, and we commend Councilmember Sanchez for her genuine responsiveness to stakeholder input. We urge the council to pass the bill. New York City's tenants cannot afford to wait. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to take a moment to thank you, Oksana, to thank Community Service Society and really every single one of you for your engagement on this process. It feels really strange to be up here and receive testimony, and even the conversation with HPD that was sort of calm after what, can I curse on the air? what was a bleep storm in 2018. Of folks calling for a moratorium, calling for the end of this program, calling for, absolute change, compared to where we are today, is just a testament to having you all engaged in the conversation all those years. I didn't have all these grays when these conversations started. But just thank you, and in particular, thank you to Community Service Society for your preparation in the last couple of weeks for this morning, and just all the conversations. Thank you. Yeah. I'll now call the next panel, Sal Davola from Neighborhood Restore, Melanie Salazar from Center for New York City Neighborhoods, Ariel Hirsch from UHAB, Noah Losberg from Jefferson Arms HDFC, and Will Spizak from New Economy Project. And everything I said applies to y'all too. And whoever is ready can begin.
On? Now it's on. Okay. Good morning. My name is Salvatore Davola. I'm the Executive Director of Neighborhood Restore, Housing Development Fund Corporation. Thank you, Chairperson Sanchez and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak with you today. At the last hearing on this matter, I went well over my time, so today I'll keep my remarks brief and submit my full written testimony for the record. The reintroduction of this bill is an important step forward. It gives the city a renewed path to address the needs of some of our most vulnerable residents, people living in buildings that are both physically deteriorated and financially distressed. For the past 8 years, while municipal foreclosures have been paused, the city has had very few tools to take control of properties where negligent landlords ignore unsafe and at times life-threatening conditions. The bill is the product of years of collaboration. Government agencies, housing advocates, and both nonprofit and for-profit affordable housing partners have all worked together to try to get this right. We are grateful to you, Councilperson Sanchez, and your staff for leading this effort. Neighborhood Restore supports the legislation, and we look forward to continuing the conversation as it moves toward adoption. Neighborhood Restore was created 27 years ago specifically to oversee the management of properties foreclosed upon by the city. Through the third-party transfer program, we take title to these properties on an interim basis, stabilize them, and prepare them for long-term ownership by community-based organizations. Our temporary stewardship gives our partners the time and support to build relationships with tenants, assess building needs, secure financing, and plan rehab, all while overseeing the day-to-day operations on our behalf. Our organization is unique in its experience of owning, stabilizing, and transitioning some of the city's most distressed housing. We recognize the challenges inherent in crafting legislation that must account for diverse building types, ownership structures, and financial circumstances. It's critical to provide pathways for responsible owners who face temporary financial hardship and need support to stabilize their properties. However, it is essential that the program prevent negligent owners from exploiting procedural delays to avoid accountability while tenants continue to suffer. This bill strikes that balance, offering help where recovery is possible and intervention where it is not. TPT has long been an effective tool against abandonment and displacement and improves the housing quality for low-income families and helps stabilize neighborhoods. The improvements proposed in this legislation will make the program even stronger, gives the city better tools to intervene early, offering help to the owners who can recover and decisive action when they cannot. Thank you again. I went over again, sorry.
It's much better, though. Thank you, and I will have some questions for you.
You want to ask questions now, or you want them to testify?
Let's hear from everyone.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm Melanie Salazar. I'm Advocacy and Public Affairs Manager at the Center for NYC Neighborhoods. Thank you. I would like to thank Chair Sanchez and members of the Council for holding today's hearing on the Safer Homes Act. The Center promotes and protects affordable homeownership across New York City and statewide. And we are supportive of the Safer Homes Act and the intent of the third-party transfer program, which was created as a tax enforcement and housing stabilization tool to ensure that we're keeping buildings safe and habitable and affordable for its existing residents. We're also supportive of the reforms put in place to ensure that TPT focuses on homes and buildings with true distress and severe violations and does not repeat patterns of displacement that proportionately affected low to moderate income BIPOC communities, holding the worst of the worst accountable. Our overall message focus on making TPT a surgical tool focused on buildings with worse distressed and not small owner-occupied properties that can be stabilized with help. We recommend exemptions for 1 to 4 family homes, and we urge further support so that owners can resolve problems early. We appreciate this committee taking into consideration our prior recommendation for a separate preservation pathway for tax class 1 properties, and we urge continued exemption of these properties and continued investment to help homeowners stay in their homes. Most small property owners aren't trying to fail their tenants or lose their homes, which is why the city should ensure clear, proactive, multilingual outreach paired with tools that work for tax class 1 properties. We want to highlight additional work and language is still needed to ensure homeowners, especially owner-occupied properties, are still supported and aware of the off-ramps and alternative pathways available to them. Great. The rest is in our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair Sanchez, members of the committee. Thanks for holding today's hearing and for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ariel Hirsch, and I'm the Director of Policy and New Projects at UHAB. UHAB has served as a sponsor for 43 TPT projects since 2002, 31 of those that became co-ops, 8 of those that ended up as long-term rentals, and 4 still in the pipeline. We also provide technical assistance to about 1,200 HDFC co-ops across the city, including about 330 co-ops with some level of physical and financial distress, which is up 25% since 2020, a really alarming increase. I have a couple general things. We'll also submit our testimony, but I do want to mention that we're facing a real backlog of buildings in limbo since the last round in 2018. We're hearing from these residents there are no places for them to go. Our code enforcement system has really let them fall through the gaps, and we will need additional funding and resources to ensure that the next round is comprehensive and addresses the severe need in these properties. The other points that I have around HDFC co-ops specifically, I heard HPD today flag that HDFC co-ops perhaps should move with all other tax class 2 properties. I think that, this is really different. Co-ops, condos, smaller homes are all sort of moving with a longer and more extended enforcement timeline. HDFC co-ops, I think, also deserve to sort of fit in that category. And this reinforces some of the overrepresentation of HDFC co-ops in TPT already. We know through our own work that there are about 60 co-ops that are in the HPD loan pipeline waiting for financial relief and physical upgrades that would get their buildings out of distress. That matches pretty well with the number that looks like we may pull for another round. And I really do want to also appreciate the changes that were made to create off-ramps for HDFC co-ops that don't exclusively focus on payment plans. These distress issues, may I continue? Often come back to governance challenges, and working with an HPD-approved monitor to create a workout plan that addresses comprehensive physical and financial distress really allows time for governance change to address those issues and give HDFC co-ops the best shot to get back on track. Standardizing payment plans, while well-intentioned, may actually work against this goal, and would love to further discuss that. I will also add one recommendation here that we've seen that HPD Pres Finance, which oversees the TPT program, is really excellent in their work. However, for tenant petition buildings, they may actually be better served under HPD's homeownership opportunities and preservation sort of bucket, along with ANCP, Open Door, shared equity, and CLT programs that are headed towards the same path. We've had experiences where TPT project managers don't understand that tenants need HDFC co-op training and aren't checking for those milestones and really staying on top of that. And we're also seeing that most of these projects are currently being financed as rentals with co-op fallback plans rather than co-ops with rental fallback plans, which makes tenants suspicious that we're not actually honoring their wishes, in addition to the programmatic issues that come alongside that. And there are some real issues in the conversion phase of those projects, which I think was alluded to in the testimony before, that we'd love to sort of talk about in specific. I will leave it there because I'm over. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's on? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Will Spizak. I'm Senior Policy Strategist at New Economy Project. We're a citywide organization that works with community groups to build cooperative and community-led solutions, including supporting community land trusts. I want to testify today in support of Safer Homes Act. Increasingly, tenants living in hazardous building conditions are organizing with CLTs to reclaim their homes from speculators. And the Safer Homes Act gives the city powerful authority to engage qualified third-party developers to rehabilitate and take ownership of neglected buildings, including CLTs. CLTs are community-governed nonprofits that own land and take it off the speculative market and hold it permanently in affordability. CLTs build local membership bases and bring together building residents, members of the broader surrounding community, and technical assistance providers to form a tripartite board. Through these governance structures, CLTs engage residents in ongoing land stewardship. So the Safer Homes Act provides a unique opportunity to take properties that have been long neglected and exploited by predatory landlords and convert them into lasting neighborhood assets with tenants and local residents in the surrounding community directly leading the stewardship of these properties through prioritizing CLTs in dispositions. So the bill as drafted requires HPD to consider whether a third party applying for property disposition is a responsible legal tenant, nonprofit organization, neighborhood-based for-profit individual or organization, or community land trust. But we urge the council to strengthen this provision, for example, by prohibiting awarding property to a for-profit entity unless no qualified legal tenant, nonprofit, or community land trust has expressed willingness to partner with HPD. May I finish?
Yes.
That's it. And secondly, prioritizing legal tenants, nonprofits, and for-profit individuals or organizations that are committed to partnering with community land trusts. Councilmember Epstein asked a question of HPD about guaranteeing tenant ownership. So we wanted to flag this as one layer that we can add to the implementation of this program is to prioritize CLTs, which may partner with mission-driven developers or tenants to guarantee that tenants have direct representation on the board and can help steward the property into tenant ownership eventually and avoid the problem that Councilmember Epstein flagged. And lastly, I just want to directly address HPD's comments on vacant land. So vacant lots in gentrifying neighborhoods have long been the target of predatory speculators. In 2021, we actually did an analysis of the 10-day lien sale list and found that there were 392 lots that were at least 2,500 square feet or larger, zoned for residential development that were headed into the lien sale. So that represented about a potential 4,000 units that could be developed, and the city was forfeiting its power and leverage to steward those properties into responsible ownership and develop the affordable social housing that we need. So we think including vacant lots would be a really important way of breaking that cycle of speculation and making sure that CLTs and other responsible mission-driven developers can build on those properties. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Greetings, Honorable Chair and committee members. I am Noah Losberg, Board President at Jefferson Arms HDFC, a third-party transfer co-op newly formed in 2021. I'd like to offer my experience and hope it serves to support the proposed rule changes under discussion. Tenants in my building began organizing to enter third-party transfer in the mid-aughts. The co-op took over a decade to be stood up, with the sale of the final unit by our third-party sponsor happening just last year. Unfortunately, relations with our sponsor declined as flaws and omissions in the building rehabilitation became apparent. We are currently in negotiation with HPD to fund a second loan and capital construction project intended to correct the problems from the first round of construction. While the reforms proposed here today don't speak directly to the challenges my building has faced, they do push towards better transparency and communication throughout the conversion process, a larger pool of qualified third-party sponsors, and closer oversight from HPD might have been a great help to us. Despite a difficult process, my neighbors and I are very proud to be in HDFC. We are a small population in relation to the needs of all New York City residents facing housing insecurity. But as co-op shareholders, we are relieved of the pressures of New York's unsustainably distorted rental market. Reforms that strengthen and expand the third-party transfer program will add more and healthier HDFCs to New York's housing stock. And if I may pull back the lens a little bit further, I believe it has become painfully clear that social housing of many types is necessary to begin to relieve our great shame that our right to safe shelter is subject to the free market. Thank you.
Thank you. You get a prize.
Yes, right. It zeroed it out, but I did practice.
Get an extra prize. No, thank you all for your testimony. A couple of questions. So starting with you, Sal, at Neighborhood Restore. Super excited to read and hear you say you're supportive of the testimony of the bill. I know that we still have to finalize a couple of areas. But I'm wondering if, as we continue discussions, if you can help us with some of the background on Neighborhood Restore, particularly in the discussion around reversals. And in the past, Neighborhood Restore has been here from the beginning, round one. Can you talk about how any reversals that happened in the past, how those worked?
Now? It's very few and far between. I don't think that there's been that many reversals that have occurred over the course of all 10 rounds of foreclosure. I think in the instances where it's happened, some of them were court-ordered. Specifically in round 10, there was a particular judge who ruled against a certain number of properties, and they had to be remanded back. Although subsequently, through an appeal to the Court of Appeals, they were reversed again and came back to us 2 years later. I think I would argue that some of it probably stems from litigation initially, or questions after the foreclosure where there may have been questions about the taking itself, whether the taxes were correct, whether notification happened. I think those have been some of the instances. But I would say it's been a handful.
Got it. And for those handful of properties, was title currently with Neighborhood Restore, or was title at the time of clawing it back or whatever, was it with the third party?
In those instances, no, they were all with Neighborhood Restore.
Neighborhood Restore, got it. Got it. And so HPD testified to Neighborhood Restore coming to an agreement with HPD at the beginning of a round. Can you help us understand, but just in terms of the budget, what does that contract look like for HPD? How much funding and support are you receiving to stabilize these properties, ongoing operations and maintenance and everything else that you're responsible for?
Sure. So each round of foreclosure, we would execute what's called a seed loan with the City of New York, which would lay out the document would lay out sort of the terms and conditions between our responsibility with the city. It would lay out an estimate of what we all anticipated the cost would be to operate the properties coming through that particular round of foreclosure. It would sort of occur after the foreclosure actually happened, but the discussions would be happening prior to that. In addition, we would execute regulatory agreements with the city that would obviously control our subsequent sale of those properties, and to maintain them as affordable, and all the things sort of HPD testified earlier. What was your other question? Oh, funding. So funding, HPD has always funded our operations. There really is no anticipation for us to self-fund anything that comes through the program. What the city gives us currently probably for the last decade or so, we get a direct amount of money, $400,000 a year, directly from HPD on an annual basis. And then there are fees that we are allowed to collect when a property gets transferred to the third party that's going to be the subsequent owner of that property. We collect a fee. Those fees come back to us, not just to cover our administrative expenses, but to cover the programmatic expenses. So we have been able to build a certain number of reserves over the years that have allowed us to operate those buildings. Once the buildings are in our ownership, obviously there's rent collection that occurs, although I will say that rent collection in our buildings isn't as great as it should be. But there's income that gets collected. That income then covers some of the expenses in the building, but all of our buildings, quite frankly, operate in a deficit, and so we fund those deficits.
Yeah. What was the name of the first document that you said?
Seed loan agreement.
Seed loan agreement.
CEED loan agreement. And initially when we start, seed, like seed funds, seed loan, like seed money.
Okay,
seed money.
Got it.
And it's not that the city gives us those funds, it is an estimate of the amount of funding that we think would be required for that particular round. It's not that the city cuts us a check for that amount of money.
And what are these, what is that based on? Because Neighborhood Restore is not taking on the capital projects that the buildings need, right?
Based on what we think our operations of those buildings would be. Based on, at this point, it's based on a lot of historical information that we have in terms of what we think it would cost to do to address certain conditions in the buildings.
So if a building needs a mobile boiler, Neighborhood Restore is on the hook?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. That's really helpful to understand. For UHAB, continuing the conversations on HDFC co-ops in particular, can you help us understand, or any suggestions, recommendations that you have on additional considerations that we should make, like off-ramps, supports for HDFC co-ops?
Yeah, I think that there are a bundle of issues here. The first and foremost issue, I think, is for buildings that do end up selected for a TPT round. Many of them may have the opportunity to actually address some of those issues with an off-ramp program as specified, but HDFC co-ops, because of their board and tenant governance structure, tend to operate a little bit differently than we see private rental owners operating as. Mostly that the sort of financial and physical issues that we see represented in code enforcement, in arrears, et cetera, often have root causes in governance issues, boards not being able to get along for whatever reason, financial lack of transparency or mismanagement, not solid steward and transition between generations of leadership. All of these things can cause gaps that can start with small problems and sort of balloon over time. In order to adjust those and get those actually back on track, buildings need to have a new election, elect a new board, get those folks trained up and ready, and start to take small steps to establish transparency and good record keeping that will allow them to apply for something like an HPD loan and forgiveness and a tax abatement. Buildings can't get things like 3 years of financial statements that they'll need to apply for an HPD loan until they have good governance operations internally. So we really see those as sequential steps necessary to get these buildings back on track. That's a little bit unique.
Thank you. That's helpful. So you think that we should be considering in statute some of those specific sort of processes, like if there is a new election and if there's a change in leadership, those kind of processes could get folks out of the round?
Yeah, I think what's in the proposed legislation already, and I really appreciate Chair Sanchez for you taking this into consideration and feedback on prior rounds of the bill, that a workout plan hashed out with an HPD approved monitoring agent that specifies a pathway to addressing governance challenges as well as physical and financial distress serve in lieu of getting on a payment plan. I believe that currently it's sort of both, but we realize often that buildings don't have the ability to get onto a payment plan and start making those payments at the really exorbitant rates that are required in the first probably year after really making concerted efforts to get back on track. So having an approved plan worked out with a monitor where that monitor is responsible for ensuring that the board is getting back on track and meeting those milestones and engaging with HPD, I believe is a sufficient replacement and should be considered in lieu of that payment plan.
Got it. Thank you. And I actually, kind of off topic, but not really, if there's anything that you wanted to say or suggest in terms of the upcoming expiration of the DAMP exemptions, that would be welcome, and just that nexus between a new program, the Safer Homes Act, versus the expiration of this subsidy, and what that means and how we should be thinking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a massive financial cliff that the vast majority, 80% of HDFC co-ops, so 1,000 out of 1,200 HDFC co-ops across the city are facing in 2029 when their main source of partial tax abatement expires without a legislative fix, which I believe is likely to happen at the state level. Unless that happens and the program is fixed and buildings get a new tax abatement, they will immediately need to pay market rate property taxes, which we know these buildings cannot sustain. That's why it was put into place originally. It's still true that they need it, and it's even more true with rising operating costs and financial challenges that owners are facing across the board. I'll also say that in order to adequately replace that tax abatement, ongoing work needs to happen with the agency and the administration around what an appropriate regulatory structure or general sort of oversight looks like to ensure that that tax abatement maintains stable financial operations in a building. We know that there are real worries from the community in signing some of these new regulatory agreements with restrictions that I personally believe have some, onerous and above and beyond sort of requirements that drain a building's finances. And so there's a larger conversation that really needs to happen. And because of this cliff coming up in 2029, it's really urgent that this happens alongside TPT. We know that the TPT buildings or the HDFC buildings that are headed towards TPT are the buildings that don't have regulatory agreements. It also means that they're not eligible for things like DEP water assistance and forgiveness programs, other things that are operated by DOF, all are not available to buildings that don't have current regulatory restrictions with the city, which is true for the vast majority of HDFC co-ops. So these issues for this community are really intertwined.
Thank you so much, Ariel. And then my last question, well, congrats on going through the rigmarole of a process. But for Nicely and for you, for Nicely, wondering your reaction to HPD's position that they do not want to take over vacant parcels, or they don't want vacant land to go through the food not happening in the body is taking effect. But they don't want vacant parcels. So what's your position on that? And then lastly, for you would be the lessons learned. Anything that you want us to take into consideration about how you were successful at your HDFC in transferring.
Okay. Great. Thank you for the question. So Nicely supports the inclusion of vacant lots and sees it as really essential for addressing this common practice of predatory speculation in gentrifying neighborhoods of vacant land and the failure of speculators to upkeep those properties, which often become burdens on the surrounding neighborhood. Unfortunately, what we see is that many of these properties, those that are large enough for development, are getting passed from one anonymous landowner to another without any recourse from the city, and those liens often get sold on the lien sale, and therefore the city forfeits its authority to leverage that debt to put into better use. So we, strongly disagree with HPD. It even sounds like, based on their own numbers, they admitted that it was a success in the past that they've been able to develop. 65 units on eight lots, which is pretty good. It's definitely addresses some of the missing middle development that a lot of folks are calling for, and to make sure that's done in a way that maintains permanent affordability and community ownership and stewardship would be amazing. And then you also brought up the fact, Councilmember, that there's a land bank in development, and we imagine that for uses outside of housing, that it's important that we consider the ability of the city to use in-rem foreclosure to reclaim those properties for commercial, community, or green space development as well. So whether it's for housing or for other purposes, we think that including vacant lots in the plan is essential, and when it comes to TPT, it could be, or safer homes rather, it would be essential for ensuring that we can develop the kind of affordable housing New Yorkers need.
Thank you so much. And lessons.
I'm not sure I'm cognizant of the contents of the bill to offer anecdotes that support this conversation specifically. So if you've got a better question, a more specifically leading question, otherwise I can go on. But
my concern is sort of stemming from what I heard Councilmember Epstein talk about early in the process, right? Hurdles that HPD puts before tenants who are petitioning to become a co-op. So I'm wondering if you faced any of those sort of hurdles and how you overcame.
Yeah, I'm inferring a lot of this. I moved to the building just as it was converting to co-op. So a lot of my neighbors who I've come to know well, and I've actually sat down and interviewed in order to learn this history, but it's only becoming more clear to me how hard it was. And there were a couple challenges to them. I'm not sure if it was HPD throwing hurdles up. There were acrimonious relationships in a couple of directions at a couple of periods. Those acrimonious relationships definitely damaged work going forward. People withdrew from each other and didn't want to communicate. Now, perhaps if there's, I don't know how to make this more specific to your work, but if HPD has, I don't know, a stricter timeline to solve that problem rather than shutting up and letting people go off on their own. I do know that finally, under threat of foreclosure, the tenants that were organized finally signed and converted to co-op after perhaps over a decade of work. Although the earlier part of that work, there were other unrelated problems. Also, the pandemic stopped everything for a couple of years, or well, stopped and then slowed everything for a couple of years. However, right now in my work with HPD, I'm developing a new loan to sort of catch up on the problems left for us from the first reconstruction round in the aughts, or rather the teens. My work now, they seem responsive and they are not slowing things down for us. They do due diligence. I don't see hurdles yet, but maybe the timing of this meeting is poor for me to report to you. Ask me in June when the loan is closed whether I think it went well.
All right. Well, thank you all so much to this panel. We're going to take a brief 5-minute recess and then continue with the next panel. I'll just share the next 5 names so that you are ready. So it's going to be Edward Garcia from our Bronx, Angelette Waring also from Webster Avenue in our Bronx, Larmela Garcia, Juan Carlos Lara, and Todd Baker.
listened to this as I was taking the subway, but my building has been in this TPT bullshit for 17 years. When neighborhood stores say, oh, we'll get the money out, we pay for the boiler, all that bullshit A to Z. When she says, oh, it should be the same. Well, my rent went from $400 to $2,000. Lie down! So, anyway, not your fault, but it's the system. What? But thanks for I can sit in this corner.
All right, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Whoever is ready can begin.
Sure, I'm happy to start, and I have so much thoughts from hearing HPD also that I wanted to hopefully make some additional remarks. But thank you, Council Member, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Edward. I'm with R Bronx, formerly known as Northwest Bronx, and Northwest R Bronx is a huge supporter of the Safer Homes Act. And as I mentioned this morning, you know, across the Bronx, we work with many buildings where tenants are going through very, very bad conditions. And the list is very long. And you know, there are, as a result of negligent owners, absent landlords who fail to make basic responsibilities while tenants continues to suffer and they collect rent. In too many cases, you know, these buildings fall into financial and physical distress, and repairs are deferred. Violations accumulate, ownership becomes unstable or uncertain, tenants file complaints, they document conditions, they come to hearings, they organize, and often the city enforcement programs are just too slow or too limited to produce long-term solutions. And what we consistently see is tenants being forced to live in unsafe conditions with limited to no intervention in a coordinated or timely way. And this bill is an opportunity to strengthen the city's ability to be responsive. And by creating clear triggers for city intervention, establishing an enforcement pathway, and ensuring accountability when landlords fail to act, this legislation addresses a critical gap in our housing system. It focuses on the most distressed building, the worst of the worst, while providing structural opportunities for owners to correct serious failures. And where they do not, it creates a pathway to responsible ownership and long-term stabilization. From our perspective as organizers, accountability and preservation must go hand in hand. Buildings in severe distress cannot just simply be left in the limbo, nor should they cycle from one negligent owner to the other. Can I continue? The Safer Homes Act provides the city accountability with a clear, enforceable tool to step in when landlords refuse to meet their obligations. I just wanted to just make a few comments from our experiences, which is really important to address the factors that would ensure that this building serves the right buildings, and this is the necessary tool that the city needs to hold landlords accountable. And what I think it's really important also is to get clear and very sharp is how to engage residents. And I think as Harvey mentioned, it's really important to ensure that this is also serving for creating opportunities for tenant ownership, ensuring that these notices are in multiple languages, ensuring that the qualified entity list is up to date. We had that experience, you know, contact information from people who worked at those institutions 10 years ago, 15 years ago, or numbers that are actually not working. And also ensuring that there's capacity, right? If it wasn't for the partnership from Northwest Bronx and also Legal Aid, there were many of the folks in that list who weren't just ready or have the capacity or had the interest to potentially partner in this way with residents. And so there's a lot of burden that is on residents to ensure that this building that has been selected already for TPT will be in path for ownership, to be able to successfully submit a bid, right? So there's just a lot of burden that exists on residents to make this possible. And I think that, there should be a more proactive approach to ensure that tenants understand this opportunity and that they shouldn't have to, explore, this very difficult rounds of communication to try to find the right partner. And so hopefully there's a more level playing field for residents to be able to successfully succeed in submitting a petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Mi nombre es Carmela García, vivo en el 2201-2205 Davidson Avenue. Buenas tardes, vivo en el apartamento 5H, 2201-2205 Davidson Avenue y soy miembro de la Asociación de Inquilinos de este edificio y del Bronx. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de hablar hoy sobre condiciones de nuestro hogar y la necesidad de cumplir la ley Safer Vermont. He vivido en el edificio durante varios años y he visto cómo las condiciones han afectado a todos los inquilinos. Durante mucho tiempo enfrentamos problemas graves como techos y paredes con filtraciones, goteras que dañaban nuestros apartamentos, mucho moho negro que afectaba nuestra salud, infestaciones de ratas y cucarachas, ascensor fuera de servicio, falta de agua caliente y calefacción durante el invierno y presencia de plomo en algunos apartamentos. Estas condiciones hicieron que vivir aquí fuera inseguros y perjudicial para nuestra salud, especialmente para los niños, personas mayores y personas con enfermedades respiratorias. Los propietarios anteriores del edificio han acumulado más de 22 millones en impuestos y cargos impagos, incluyendo reparaciones que la ciudad tuvo que cubrir para proteger a los inquilinos. Durante años, ellos solo hacían reparaciones temporales cuando eran obligados por la ley, por órdenes judiciales o por la presención de funcionarios electos. Así muestra un patrón de negligencia sistemática que puso en riesgo a toda la comunidad de los inquilinos. Nosotros los inquilinos hemos trabajado juntos y usado todas las herramientas disponibles para elegir mejoras. Hemos presentado quejas al EPD y al 311, pacientado en procesos legales como la Asociación 7A y buscando la intervención de funcionarios. funcionarios locales y organizaciones de apoyo. A pesar de nuestros efectuosos, las soluciones temporales del propietario solo resolvían algunos problemas por un corto tiempo. Esta experiencia nos enseña que sin supervisión y responsable, los problemas.
Carmen, ¿podría concluir? Carmen, ¿podría concluir? Just announcing for the record, but because her testimony is in Spanish, there will be extra time for the interpreter to provide her remarks. Siga, por favor.
Okay. Percibirán. Gracias al apoyo de la concejal Pirian Sánchez y al trabajo de All Bronze, ahora nuestros edificios están en un cambio hacia la propiedad responsable y socialmente comprometida. Este proceso busca garantizar que el edificio sea administrado por una cantidad que prioriza la seguridad, la salud y la accesibilidad de los inquilinos, evitando que los problemas del pasado se reparen. Esto representa una oportunidad transmitiendo para nuestras comunidades de tener un hogar seguro y estable, de su participación de decisiones importantes sobre nuestros edificios. Bajo la ley los inquilinos tenemos los inquilinos tenemos derecho a vivir en condiciones seguras y saludables. Pedimos que la ciudad continúe supervisando de cerca la transmisión del edificio.
Disculpe, porque ya han pasado como 5 minutos y todavía estamos en el español, pero ustedes van a someter lo que han escrito, así que todo lo que usted preparó, bien preparada vino, lo vamos a recibir, ¿ok? Pero necesitamos que la intérprete dé un breve resumen de lo que usted ha dicho para seguir, ¿ok? ¿Está bien? Ok. Gracias, Carmen.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Camila Garcia. I live in the apartment 5H from 2201-2205 Davidson Avenue, and I'm a member of the Association for Tenants of this building and the Bronx, our Bronx. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today about the conditions at our home and the necessity of making a reality the act called Safer Homes. I've lived in this building throughout several years, and I've seen how the conditions have affected all the tenants. Throughout a long time, we've been affronting dire issues. For example, roofs and walls with leaking, droppings from the roof, and they were harming our apartments. We've seen black mold that was affecting our health, rat and roaches infestations, the elevator was out of service, lack of hot water and heating throughout the winter, and the presence of lead in some of the apartments. These conditions have made to live here insecure or unsafe, and it's nocive against our health, especially for children, for elder people, and for people with respiratory ailments. The past owners of the building, they were accumulating more than 22 million in taxes and arrears, unpaid taxes or tax liens, including repairments that the city had to cover for us to protect the tenants. Throughout the years, they were just doing temporary repairs when they were obligated by the law throughout judicial mandates or because of pressure throughout elected officials. This shows a pattern, a negligence pattern, which is systematic, it's systemic, and this jeopardizes all of the community, all of the tenants' community. We, the tenants, we've been working hard together, and we've been using the tools that are available to demand improvements. We've presented complaints or submit complaints to the HPD and 311. We've participated in legal procedures like Action 7A and sought for the intervention of elected, of local officials and organizations to support us or support organizations. Despite our efforts, the temporary solutions of the owner have only resolved some of the issues for a short time. This experience has taught us that without supervision and proper responsibility, the issues were just persistent. Thank you for the support of the Councilwoman Pierina Sanchez and for the job of our Bronx. Now, our building is in the path towards responsible ownership.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I do have to cut in. Is Northwest Bronx able to submit a translated version of testimony? Okay, we do have to move on, so thank you. It's just, she went a little long, and so of course the translation is long.
I was just missing this, but thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to the next testimony. Gracias de nuevo, le tengo un comentario, pero vamos a dejar que todos hablen primero. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Baker, and I'm a project manager at Our Bronx, and I'd like to speak just a little bit more about our experiences working with the residents of 2201, 2205 Davidson Avenue, a building who, as you've heard, whose history reflects exactly why this legislation is so urgent and so impactful. Our Bronx worked to organize these residents against the deteriorating living conditions for over a decade, conditions you've now heard about repeatedly, and tenants leveraged every enforcement tool the city offers and then some. They called 311, they held press conferences, they got emergency repairs, they entered the alternative enforcement program, and still the property owner refused to meaningfully improve conditions. Meanwhile, the landlord racked up a property tax bill of nearly $30 million, and taxpayers paid for over $1 million in emergency repairs. It was only after the property moved through the third-party transfer program, thanks to tireless organizing by the residents and also the consistent partnership of the Legal Aid Society and Councilmember Sanchez's office, that in April of last year, we were able to successfully transfer ownership away from a landlord who had long since abandoned the property. Now that property is in the process of stabilization, and we are in pre-development for a full renovation. This is truly a collaborative effort between our Bronx, our development partners at Lemley and Wolf, Neighborhood Restore, HPD, and of course, the residents themselves. Tenants have leases for the first time in years. The building is being properly cleaned and maintained, and tenant concerns are actually being heard and addressed. With the involvement of the Bronx Community Land Trust, we guarantee that a board of residents, community leaders, and housing professionals will be in place to steward this property as dignified, affordable housing for generations. We are excited about the changes taking place on Davidson Avenue, but tenants should not need to wait over a decade for real improvements to their living conditions. The Safer Homes Act outlines clear and fair criteria for intervening in situations where property owners have repeatedly and consistently failed to address dangerous and unhealthy conditions, and it even creates opportunities to put ownership in the hands of residents who have often been the ones maintaining these properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Is your microphone on?
The committee. My name is Angelette Waring. I've lived in apartment 1E at 2051 Webster Avenue in the Bronx since the age of 5 for the last 57 years. I am also a member of our tenant association, organizing alongside my neighbors and the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition. My mother raised 5 children in that apartment with love, strength, and security until she passed in October of 2017. I brought her home to transition. This building has been my home for nearly my entire life. I'm here today because 2051 Webster Avenue reflects what happens when a building is allowed to fall into deep distress without early and coordinated intervention. For months, including through the coldest days of the winter, including today, residents have lived without cooking gas, without reliable heat and hot water, with serious building-wide safety failures, even while the building has been under court-ordered receivership. In February of 2025, Con Edison notified us tenants that the gas services would be turned off due to the landlord's failure to pay. We tenants collectively pooled over $4,000 of our own money to prevent service interruption. Yet, 1 year later, we're still dealing with instability in essential services. Over the holiday season, residents had no gas to cook with. We still don't. At times, we also had no heat and hot water. Families resorted to space heaters and electrical appliances that strains the building's system and increases the fire risk. We were informed that the fire department shut down our boiler due to cracks. Management installed generators to restore heat and hot water, but the results have been unpredictable. Some mornings, my apartment is 90 degrees. According to my thermostat, other mornings, like today, it was cold. The shower was cold. On top of that, our building currently has 517 open violations, including 137 immediately hazardous Class C violations. These are not minor issues. These are conditions that pose serious risks. There are cracks running along the ceilings, walls, and floors. And in my apartment, cracks extend to the length of the hallways and rooms. Walls are bubbled and deformed. Ceilings appear unstable. 2 of the ceilings in my apartment fell. February 25th at 2:30 in the morning, the ceiling fell. FDNY came. Floors are uneven. There's holes formed beneath the radiators. Walk into other apartments or common areas and you'll see the same pattern. Tenants feel the building shake. It feels unstable due to the construction right next door. The building is 98 years old and surrounded by construction. After so many building fires and collapses in the Bronx, we cannot ignore what we are seeing.
Ms. Angela, just saying that, because I'm supposed to procedurally say that you may continue. You may conclude.
Even after receivership, residents have not been a comprehensive and enforceable rehabilitation plan that addresses the full scope of the distress. The Safer Homes Act is critical because it strengthens distressed building identification and rehabilitation planning before conditions escalate to this level. Luckily, I was not under the ceiling when it fell. It creates a framework for early intervention and structured oversight and accountability when buildings show clear signs of deterioration. Distress does not happen overnight. It builds over time. Without stronger tools, families like mine are left living in uncertainty and in risk. Tenants deserve more than temporary fixes. Our intercoms don't work. We deserve stability, safety, and a real path toward long-term preservation. The Safer Homes Act moves us toward that goal, and I urge the council to advance this legislation, and I thank you for your time and consideration in hearing our concerns.
Thank you for sharing your story, Ms. Waring. It's exactly why we're doing this. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta y miembros del comité. Mi nombre es Juan Carlos Lara, vivo en el apartamento 2B en el 2051 Webster Avenue en el Bronx y soy miembro de la Asociación de Inquilinos. Los residentes de nuestro edificio nos hemos organizado con el apoyo de Northwest Bronx Community y Cleargy Coalition para documentar las condiciones y exigir estabilidad y seguridad. Estoy aquí hoy para apoyar el Safer Homes Act, porque nuestro edificio es un ejemplo claro de cómo el deterioro se acumula cuando no existe una intervención estructurada y oportuna. Nuestro edificio fue prácticamente abandonado por los propietarios, por el propietario anterior. Durante años vimos cómo las condiciones empeoraban lentamente, las reparaciones no se hacían, los sistemas fallaban y la comunicación era casi inexistente. Hemos vivido sin gas para cocinar por periodos prolongados. Durante los meses más fríos del invierno, la calefacción y el agua caliente fueron inconstantes. Muchas familias tuvieron que usar calentadores eléctricos y otros aparatos que aumentaban el riesgo de incendio y elevaban los costos de la electricidad. El intercom del edificio no ha funcionado durante meses, lo que dificulta la entrada segura de servicios médicos, entregas y ayuda de emergencia. Muchas alarmas de humo no funcionan correctamente. Hace poco hubo un incendio en el restaurante del edificio y fueron los vecinos quienes tuvieron que alertarse unos a otros porque no podíamos confiar en los sistemas del edificio. Además, existen grietas visibles en los techos, paredes y pisos de muchos apartamentos y áreas comunes. Los pasillos están sucios y hay infestaciones de plagas. Estas no son quejas individuales, son condiciones que afectan a todo el edificio. Actualmente, el edificio tiene 517 violaciones abiertas registradas por HPD, incluyendo 137 clase C, que son inmediatamente peligrosas. Ese número refleja el nivel de deterioro severo. Aunque ahora hay un receptor designado por la Corte, los residentes no hemos visto un plan integral y claro de rehabilitación que atienda la magnitud del problema. La administración temporal no es lo mismo que un proceso estructurado de estabilización con plazos y supervisión real. El Safer Home Act es importante porque fortalece la identificación temprana de edificios en estado de deterioro y exige un plan de rehabilitación estructurado antes que las condiciones se conviertan en una crisis. El deterioro de un edificio no solo es un problema de mantenimiento, es un problema de seguridad pública y estabilidad para las familias que viven allí. Los inquilinos no deberían tener que vivir durante años en condiciones inseguras mientras esperan que el sistema responda.
Puede
Esta
concluir.
ley ofrece
Señor.
herramientas para intervenir
Señor,
antes.
señor,
Perdón.
¿puede concluir?
Sí, sí.
Ok.
Ya termino. Esta ley ofrece herramientas para intervenir antes y exigir responsabilidad y establecer al edificio y estabilizar edificios en riesgo. Por eso yo apoyo el Safer Homes Act y les pido por favor que lo aprueben. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Gracias. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Juan Carlos Lara. I live at the apartment 2B in 2051 Webster Avenue in the Bronx, and I'm a member of the Tenants Association. The residents in our building have come together and organized with the support of our Bronx to document the conditions and demand stability and safety or security. I'm here today to support the Safer Homes Act because our building is a clear example of how deterioration accumulates when it does not exist the possibility of an structured and opportune intervention. Our building was practically abandoned by the past owner. Throughout the years, we've seen how the conditions were slowly worsening. The repairs were not being done, the systems were failing, and communication was almost non-existent. We've been living without gas for cooking for extended periods throughout the coldest months of the winter. Throughout the coldest months of the winter, heating and water, hot water, were inconsistent. A lot of families had to use electric heaters and other apparatuses that were increasing the risk of fire and elevating the cost of electricity. The building intercom has not functioned for several months, which difficults the secure entry of medical services, deliveries, and emergency help. A lot of fire alarms are not working correctly. Not long ago, there was a fire in the restaurant of the building, and the neighbors were the ones that had to alert one another because we could not trust in the building's systems. Also, there are visible cracks on the roofs, on the ceilings. There are visible cracks on the ceilings, on the walls, and on the floors of a lot of apartments and communal areas or common areas. The hallways are dirty, and there are infestations, vermin infestations. These are not individual complaints. They are conditions that are affecting the whole building. Actually, the building has 517 violations open and are registered by the HPD, including 137 violations Class C that are immediately dangerous. That number reflects a severe deterioration level. Even though now there's a receptor that's designated by the court, the residents have come together with an integral plan and clear rehabilitation plan that needs to address the importance of the issue, the scale of the issue. The temporary administration is not the same that a structured process of stabilization with deadlines or installments and real supervision. The Safer Homes Act is important because it strengthens the early identification of the deterioration status of the buildings, and it demands a structured rehabilitation plan before the conditions turn into a crisis. The deterioration of a building is not only an issue about maintenance, it's an issue of public security or safety and stability for the families that live there. The tenants should not have to live throughout several years in unsafe conditions while they await that the system answers, to them. This law offers tools to intervene before, to demand responsibility, and to stabilize the buildings at risk. That's why I support the Safer Homes Act, and I ask you to approve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for your patience. Translating from Spanish takes a lot longer. We're wordier in Spanish. Las palabras son más en español que en inglés. So gracias por la paciencia. I just want to take a moment to our Bronx, but also to the tenant leaders who are here today to thank you for sharing your stories, because this is how having the rest of New York see and hear what you're going through, that is how we get change. So I thank you for being here with us from the morning and sharing your story today, because it does make a difference, and everything that you said is read onto the record. Thank you to our interpreter, and that's very important. So muchísimas gracias. Todo lo que dijeron está en el archivo de esta audiencia y se quedará ahí, y eso marca la diferencia. Así que muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Gracias a usted.
The next panel is going to consist of Jacob Schneider from East New York CLT, Paula Siegel from Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition, Theo Chino, and Michelle Lyons. Whoever is ready can begin.
Oh, I've been ready for the last 47 years. Hello, Council Member Sanchez. I would like to ask you if I can go over a minute over the 2-minute time.
Everyone
1 minute
must be
and
treated
37
the same.
seconds.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Theo Chino, and I live at 640 Riverside Drive, a building that has been in the TPT program since 2003. I am being evicted and received a 19-day letter to vacate from the premises 30 days ago by the sponsor, UHAB. I am currently running for Congress in the Congressional District 13. I am running against Congressman Adriano Espaillat because he has failed to call for a GAO investigation into third-party transfer sponsor and their use of Section 8 voucher in Title 11 HDFC to pay for the participation loan program. My socialist grandfather is one of the co-founders of the Congress of Racial Equality and came up with the name CORE. I am part of the civil rights legacy. My grandfather was Japanese and earned a few Purple Star, a Bronze Star, a Silver Star. He is interred at Arlington Cemetery. I am also a Gold Star legacy. My mother moved from the Dominican Republic as a child into 640 Riverside Drive.
After the death of her stepfather, another World War II veteran, her family ended up in dire circumstance and survived thanks to welfare programs such as what you refer today as SNAP. In college, I was told that upward mobility was achieved through the acquisition of capital, and that real estate acquisition was a very important component. When I returned to New York City in 2001, I ended up on the board of my tenant association, and we were supposed to go into the TEAL program in 1997. But that was changed to the TPT program. We were told by our sponsor, UHAB, who was given our property for $10 with the idea that he would take care of our building, that we would not resell it at market price, and that the rent would be commensurate with the expense of repaying the loan. Where did $100 million go in 2025? On July 15, 2021, the For Freedom Democratic Club, to give more transparency, adopted a resolution expanding Councilman Maloney's bill and not Virginia Maloney, the other Virginia, Carolyn Maloney, and Ben Calloch's expansion to include greater transparency in the participation loan program through the passport system. Your bill does not include any tool for stakeholder to act as verification agent. We are told we must learn how to FOIL, and when we file FOIL requests, we were told the data was proprietary. So we could not see architect drawing, number, bank account, anything, only in lawsuit when they appear later. Those who are still poor to receive Section 8 and their rent remain the same because the complex financial system of robbing Peter to pay Paul is not overseen by any committee at City Council. Your bill does not include greater oversight by the Department of Investigation when a sponsor acquires a property.
I have to ask you, I understand you have concerns about the program. Can you conclude your thoughts for us?
I have 1.5 pages, and I've been waiting 40 years for this day. So I'm asking the council to give me the chance to take 2 minutes for 40 million.
I have to say it. I have to say
Oh,
it.
okay,
Just
sorry. Then,
procedurally,
okay,
so I have to say it. You may continue.
Thank you. Those who are still poor receive Section 8 today, and their rent remains the same because of the complex financial system of robbing Peter to pay Paul, which is not overseen by any city council committee. Your bill does not include greater oversight by the Department of Investigation to who HPD is supposed to oversee. As I said earlier, I am running for Congress to expose all the HDFC corruption organized by sponsors like mine, UHAB, Settlement Housing, or general contractor like MDG Design, who the FBI has investigated for wave theft and whom HPD has cleared to handle NYCHA Trust today, or Wavecraft Management, which managed to place UHAB on the worst landlord list. When that happened, public advocate Leticia James changed the algorithm so this property would no longer appear on the worst landlord, and public advocate William has not done anything to the algorithm except strengthen the change so their appearance is guaranteed never to appear. Today, I do not qualify for Section 8. So my rent, instead of being raised to the agreed amount today that we agree in 2007, my rent is going from the agreed amount of $1,400 is now $2,060. That money is being taken from my retirement, from the retirement of my mother, who held low-income job all her life. I supplement her $400 monthly Social Security. So now I have to make plan based on not based on the $1,400, but $2,060 a month. So the owner can retire with the owner of the sponsor can retire in a penthouse he converted into an HDFC in Tribeca. Your bill does not include anything about making things right for tenants like me who are in the process of climbing the social ladder. A week ago, a family that was like mine just moved out of our building from being there since 1990 because they could not afford the new rent established by the landlord and the sponsor, and who were making way too much money for Section 8. Another tenant who was not a legal resident, but who was what Donald Trump would consider an illegal, could not qualify for the Section 8 they were promised, but they had a lease because they lived there since 1970. At the time, you didn't need to show paper to get a lease. So I'm not here to come to testify just to testify. As you know, I've been active in uptown politics, and this is a chance for me to ask historical question about every failure in the TPT program, which I was part since my family was part since 1970. If you don't have any question, I say that not directly to you, but to the whole council of New York City as a whole, it is a proof that this city does not care about the upward mobility for poor people into the lower middle class, and it simply hope that residents like us disappear quietly from the social contract that is New York City. Thank you very much for your time, and if you have any question.
Thank you. I hear a common thread between your testimony and actually that of our Bronx, formerly Northwest Bronx, which is about accountability for the so-called qualified third party on the part of Northwest Bronx, and for you, accountability in the permanent owner. And I don't think there is anything in statute. Maybe it lives in HPD rules, I don't know. But I think that is certainly a worthwhile place for us to look into. And if you have specific recommendations on what kind of oversight questions need to be asked and answered by HPD over time in the long term, that is welcome, so we can consider putting it in.
We have given in the record, in the 2019 record, you will find the testimony and the recommendation from about 50 different buildings throughout the city of New York who has come up with recommendation, and nothing was put in we didn't see any of that in the bill. And of course, the answer is always, we are a new administration, so it was the previous administration, we'll look into it, and we'll get back to you. And by the time they get back to us, a new administration is taking place. For example, I mean, no disrespect to any councilman, but Councilman Epstein was the legal aid lawyer that actually helped us with 640 Riverside Drive and who signed the name and the deed for us, representing us. So things change and the recommendation doesn't get put in. And we need to figure out how to get it done before you move out of office.
Great. Thank you. I mean, there are regulatory agreements. There should be a hook, right? So I will dig that up with our team, and thank you for your testimony in terms of today, but also 2019. Thank you. Paula?
Thank you so much for this hearing. I am here today. My name is Paula Siegel. I'm an attorney at Take Root Justice, where I used to work with Councilmember Epstein before he moved on to elected office when we were the Community Development Project of the Urban Justice Center. Today, I am here to deliver testimony on behalf of the Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition. I'm going to read the members of the coalition out loud and into the record, and then I'm going to respond to a couple of things that I heard today, both from folks in the administration and folks who testified from afterwards, and there are written comments from the coalition that have been circulated. So the members of the Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition, who've been a coalition since 2020, working towards a more equitable debt collection system for the city of New York, which includes an equitable use of the foreclosure mechanism. We're very happy to see the Safer Homes Act being discussed today. Those members are the Community Service Society of New York, East New York Community Land Trust, New Economy Project, Take Root Justice, the Western Queens Community Land Trust, Brooklyn Level Up, Bronx CLT, and Our Bronx, formerly Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition, the Coalition for Community Advancement, the New York City Community Land Initiative, or NICELY, and Manny Management. As you might notice, about half of those groups represent either community land trusts or organizations that are working closely with community land trusts or seeding community land trusts for stewardship in their communities. The mechanism of having a non-owner steward as part of the ownership of property, that where the city is making immense investments and where tenants have made decades of sacrifices, is new for New York, but it's not brand new. We've tried it for about 40 years. In the places where we've tried it, it's been working. May I continue? and a much
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. A much stronger Safer Homes Act would build on that 40 years or so of stewardship expertise, and it would build in accountability in the specific transactions. So I'm going to talk a little bit about one of my clients in East Harlem. The East Harlem El Barrio Community Land Trust actually took over a failed tenant interim lease project that was supposed to go into cooperative ownership, or where tenants were stuck for so long that finally they said, okay, you know what? We heard this worked on the Lower East Side. We'll try something else. So now they're working with the East Harlem El Barrio Community Land Trust. They've formed a rental mutual housing association, and we're working with a developer who is neither of those parties, who's bringing the buildings up to code. And my clients, as the CLT, are there every step of the way to fight the kind of rent restructuring that my colleague here discussed a moment ago. In fact, HPD proposed changing the rents from the regulatory agreement very early on in construction overruns during COVID. And I guess if the CLT hadn't been there, everybody would have said, yeah, that maths, I guess the rents have to go up. But instead, my clients were there representing the community and representing the folks who had fought for affordability. And we said, we're not going to agree to this right now. Let's see how far we can go without restructuring the rents. We'll come back to this question. We've spent some time putting together some additional funding because we have some political capital that none of the other parties have. And so far, our rents are still in the regulatory agreement what they were in 2020. And that took work from my client, who is not the tenants. Those are actual people who are going to have to pay those rents. And they're not the developer. They're the steward, and they're the permanent steward with community representation and with tenant representation on the board. HPD is in the deal, and they have some capacity to do oversight, but they're also trying to make thousands of projects work at the same time. They don't have the capacity that a community-committed community land trust does to really do oversight. And I think one of the ways that this bill can be made much stronger and address a lot of the things we heard today is prioritizing disposition to CLTs, but also to developers working with CLTs, to community organizations working with CLTs, to tenants associations working with CLTs, really anybody. Nonprofits, for-profits, MWBs, it doesn't matter. As long as stewardship is built in to the disposition, those projects will go differently than some of the really terrible stories we've heard today. So I want to raise that up from our written testimony. I also was impressed and appalled to hear the Department of Finance sit here and say that Easy Exit worked so well as part of the lien sale. And I just want to say appalled is the word I'm using, because they approved less than 1,000 Easy Exit applications in the last lien sale. They limited those approvals to a much narrower set of applicants than those the legislation this council wrote required. This council said that if somebody applied to exit the lien sale who had an income less than Enhanced Star, which is at about $107,000 for the household, and was living in the home, they should be able to easy exit the lien sale, have 3 years to figure things out. Department of Finance said, oh, we're going to use that as the total for income limit of everybody who has an ownership interest in the house. So if you live in the house and you've got a brother and a sister in Georgia, you've got to go find them, get their income information, and then if when we add up the three of you, it's more than $107,000, you don't qualify for easy exit. I was stunned to hear that they think this worked well. I'm also stunned because as my colleague Jacob here, maybe we'll talk about a little bit more on Wednesday when we'll be back to talk more about the lien sale and the budget.
I frequently get mesmerized by what you're saying.
Yeah,
but we are very over time.
So one more. We'll come back and talk a little bit more about that. I apologize. And just vacant lots and unoccupied buildings. I'll just turning back to our written testimony. My apologies. Vacant lots and unoccupied buildings should be a priority for tracking to city foreclosure, and we need to find a way to make sure that HPD is not the gatekeeper. If HPD cannot handle getting properties from delinquent private owners into green infrastructure, into community use, and into housing at the scale that's possible, then other agencies need to step in. Thank you so much for the indulgence.
Thank you. Thank you, Paula.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for the opportunity to testify and for introducing the legislation. My name is Jacob Kendall Schneider, and I am the Senior Program Manager for Research and Policy at the East New York Community Land Trust. The East New York Community Land Trust is a member-led organization that works to prevent displacement and real estate speculation in the neighborhoods of East New York and Brownsville. We do this through community organizing and providing permanently affordable CLT housing on community-owned and democratically governed land. Passing the Safer Homes Act would be an important step in addressing the worst of the worst properties owned by negligent landlords and investors in the neighborhoods where we live and work. It is a welcome policy tool that could support permanently affordable housing and democratic community ownership when community land trusts become stewards of these properties. East New York and Brownsville, as defined by the Brooklyn Community Boards 5 and 16, are disproportionately burdened by financially and physically distressed properties. Based on our analysis of the Department of Finance's list of properties eligible for the 2025 lien sale, we found that these two communities had 13% of all properties citywide that met the statutory definition of distress, and nearly a third of those meeting that definition in Brooklyn. These 62 properties, 20 of which are vacant, owed nearly $20 million in outstanding city charges in February 2025. The 42 Class 1 and 2 buildings in the two neighborhoods averaged nearly 24 hazardous or immediately hazardous maintenance, housing, and code violations. So just to illustrate this with an example and of a property that the Safer Homes Act could help address. So in East New York, there's a slumlord that had multiple properties that were eligible for the lien sale, and two of them met the statutory definition of distress. Both are 4-unit properties. May I continue? One property on Williams Avenue has an average of 52.75 Class B and C violations per unit, while their other property on Bradford averages 84.25 per unit. Tenants in the Bradford building live with roof leaks that lead to large patches of mold on their walls, rat and cockroach infestations, lack of heat and hot water, and an array of other violations. The owner also has a record of tenant harassment. Yet without an enforcement tool, the landlord continues to collect rents from tenants while making them live in abhorrent conditions. This is but one case of many in East New York and communities like it across the city. For the reasons described above, East New York CLT strongly supports the Safer Homes Act. It is imperative that the bill be passed out of this committee and come to a full council vote as soon as possible. It is long overdue and there is no time to spare. While we fully support the bill, we also think it can be improved. Specifically, CLTs partnering with tenants should be given priority when HPD considers applicants for disposing of properties covered under the program. We are committed to ensuring residents live in dignity, have control over their homes, and that properties under our stewardship are permanently affordable and democratically governed. After enduring years of inexcusable conditions, tenants deserve no less. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more. So go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Lyons, and I reside at 923 Kelly Street, apartment 4A, Bronx, New York. I've been a resident there over 30 years, almost 30 years. When I moved in there when the NYCHA Section 8 had a freeze on it. The reason why I'm coming here for us to address is that when I've been going through like 4 different landlords during the time that I've been there, and the first one was there. I was having problems with a leak in the walls. I had a leak in my bathroom. The ceiling was falling down. I was addressing that to him, and that was the original landlord, and he was not like renewing leases. All that time he hadn't renewed lease. but he sold the building. He was going through some illegal acts, I don't know, when it came to the city. So he sold the building to someone else. Now, this gentleman didn't want to fix the problem. This landlord did not want to fix the problem either. And he didn't stay long. He stayed like about a year or so, and he left. Then here come another one with the same. This one was asking for an increase in the rent, and I was, because the problem was not corrected, and I was not gonna sign no lease with, because I started when I moved in, I was paying $8.99 a month when I moved in almost 30 years ago. So when the third one came in, he wanted me to pay more money, and how I found out that is because the EHRC, the registration when it comes to increases, they sent me a letter saying that the owner was saying that I was paying a certain amount of rent. So I went down there and showed them my original lease and addressed that I'm paying $8.99. And this was like about, I think 2009, if I'm not mistaken, when he took over the building and wanted to increase the rent. Then after that, he sold the building because of that as well. And then here come another one, the same thing. They keep selling the building because I was, not agreeing to sign no lease for the problem, because there's a problem within the building. The original owner, he renovated the building, didn't do the correction with the pipes, I guess, because it just kept constantly keep going on. So at this time now, I'm in a situation where a landlord is in the building, they got this owner name, and I'm like, who is this owner? I don't even know this owner. Who never addressed him, don't know who. The only one I knew was the previous one. So I'm like, what is going on here? So it seemed like something, I don't know. I'm like, I went to the council, I tried to get some type of support, but due to the COVID, it was a lot of issues because I'm a former taxpayer. Due to the COVID and everything, the situation, I don't have any money, I don't have no phone, they said that I have to have a phone to call, because when I come in, I can't do a walk-in or speak to anybody, you gotta make an appointment. So this was I've been going through for all this time, because this is,
Okay. Ms. Lyons, so you're here for help with your individual situation?
No, I'm here to address the landlord that I'm going through now, the landlords that I went through previously, about the owners of the building, of my building.
Okay, so you're not speaking about the legislation that we're talking about, you're speaking about this owner and what is happening between...
Oh, isn't this the legislation about the owners, or no?
I mean, maybe, actually.
That's what I'm
given
saying.
what you're saying.
I'm kind of...
So let us collect your information separately so that we can look into the ownership history and the violations and everything, so that we can see what's going on and see if there's a nexus with the legislation that we're considering. But it does sound like there's some misunderstandings there, or maybe some way that we can assist. Okay.
I would truly appreciate that, because I wasn't prepared to write anything down. I didn't know. This is my first time here, Council, but I will be prepared the next time, but I truly appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for your testimony and for speaking about your case. It's a very important one. So I want to thank this panel for your time and your testimony, and I look forward to receiving your input in writing for those of you who will. Thank you. We will now turn to remote testimony. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. Okay, if you are here and you want to testify, you must see the Sergeant and fill out a slip. Otherwise, I don't know that you are here. You can speak with the council. The attorney. Okay. So we'll call you as soon as we receive your slip, okay? Okay. Moving to Zoom, Sammy Abinder. Sammy?
You may begin.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm Sammy Abinder, a research and data analyst at Our Bronx, formerly known as the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition. I want to speak to the evidence around the Alternative Enforcement Program, AEP, which is currently the strongest enforcement tool the city has, and why the Safer Homes Act would ensure our city's most distressed buildings actually get the improvements they need. In particular, I would like to highlight that 188 buildings in the Bronx have been selected for AEP more than once since the program started in 2007. In other words, these buildings have been on the city's radar before, and at some point their owners apparently resolved their problems or could make it look like they did. 32 buildings in the Bronx that are currently active in AEP have been selected for and discharged from the program before. Since 2022, HPD has litigated the owners of these 32 buildings 168 times, including 31 new housing court cases last year. Just since October, tenants in these buildings have issued over 500 reports of no heat or hot water. These repeat AEP offenders show that the current standard for owners to be released from enforcement is too low. Curing violations to get out of the program while unsafe and unhealthy building conditions persist and current owners continue to collect tenants' rent is not a real solution. Let's take a specific example. Our Bronx has been organizing with tenants at 3336 Perry Avenue since 2023. Their building entered AEP in 2019, was discharged in 2022, and just re-entered the program this year. Tenants here have been left completely in the dark while their current landlord, Abdul Khan, who ranked 44th on the 2025 list of the 100 most delinquent taxpayers in New York State, faces foreclosure. In 2024, Khan's bank flagged the building's code violations as non-compliant with his mortgage terms. Starting in June that year, he stopped making payments on the loan entirely. Tenants have been dealing with this negligence for years with no real recourse. The Safer Homes Act will make city enforcement more effective for the tenants fighting to have their rights recognized and their homes and families protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Christopher Leon Johnson.
Begin.
Yeah, hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson, and I support the bills on hand, but I want to make this clear that as the chair, Mrs. Karina Sanchez, we have to make sure that the tenants are protected when it comes to programs like this. But I believe that the city council needs to step up and tell Zohran Madani to really start protecting the tenants of these units, and to make sure that when it comes to ideologies like COPA and TOPA, it only goes to properties like this only. Where instead of, and the thing about ownership is that how, like, people, I understand everybody want to own, but how you going to own when you have bad credit? You know what I mean? That's the thing we need to start, people that start bringing about, talking about more is our credit. Because what's the point of having everybody who doesn't have great credit to own property where they're going to foreclose on that, they're going to default on that loan, and they're going to be something more debt. So we can talk about ownership and what we want for these next four years under administration, but where is the real financial education when it comes to prepping people to get into places like HDFCs and co-ops and condos, and the coming soon is COPA. What would they call this thing? It's COPA and TOPA in the city. I know this is going to go through this time, but the city council going forward need to start having real programs and start educating these same people that they want to target to start owning these properties about building their credit and making sure their bank accounts are straight, making sure their financial history is clean. They're in the black and not in the red when it comes to their finances. So, look, I understand. Like I said, I support the third-party transfer. I support everything about it.
Time expired.
But
thank you so much. Okay, we have an Annie Wilson on the Zoom, and Ma'am, in person, we're going to you next, okay? Right after we
You
finish
may
the Zoom.
begin.
Hi, thank you. I will be submitting written testimony, and I understand the need to protect people in buildings that are unsafe due to violations, and I believe that those should be corrected. HPD should require all these corrections. Whether or not there's financial default, it just should be enforced. These repairs should be enforced, whatever the situation. And so regarding the various programs mentioned in the bill, such as the various, let me look at my notes, I'm sorry, I'm tired. The monitors, the qualified buyers. The qualified buyers page was removed from the HPD site. And it hadn't been really reviewed for 4, 5, 6 years. What is the criteria for the qualified buyers in this third-party transfer program? What is the criteria for the monitors? As far as I'm concerned, in my experience with UHAB, which I trusted, believed in, and as co-founder of a cooperative since 1984, they languished, promoted the deterioration of the building. No repairs began until after 13 years in the program. We were relocated. I wasn't allowed to return to my apartment. And they wouldn't let me know that they gave it to Rosario Dawson, a multi-million-dollar movie star's uncle from Texas. And then they took me to court. Well, I'm part of the vulnerable people. I came to New York as an artist, early 80s.
Thank you. Your time expired.
And I,
Thank you, Annie. And we're getting a lot of feedback on the post-transfer process, so really appreciate that feedback. Andrew Chariot.
You may begin.
Noel Amari.
You may begin.
Norma Hines.
You may begin.
Okay, and coming back to in-person testimony, Karen Greenwood, homeowner advocate.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for allowing me to give this testimony today. My name is Karen Greenwood. I come before you as one of the many homeowner advocate coalitions. I have 2 questions for thought before I give my testimony. The first one is, as a homeowner, what would you do if your home was wrongfully invaded by the police due to felony larceny? The second one is, if you could understand the homeowner being attacked by the police, meaning the ICE tactics that they use to remove you from your home, which we look at it as a hate crime because it's systemically designed that has been happening to Black and brown homeowners. And I would like to know, is it possible to consider the Know Your Rights Act for the homeowners? So those are the 2 that I would like the City Council to consider. Now, the presentation that I have here is a follow-up that I need to know what we're going to do from the previous testimony that we did after the July 2019 hearing on the third-party transfer TPT Council members with Carnegie and Torres recommended a moratorium suspension of the TPT based upon the submitted testimonies. What has occurred since then, the increase in designation of distressed buildings subject to foreclosure, increase in findings of deed theft, increased in elder abuse of homeowners fighting foreclosure, loss of property. That would be the USC 1397. Continued violations of civil and human rights laws, USC 241. The administrative code is 8107. Continued housing discrimination, elder abuse through deprivation of housing rights, USC 3601-3619. We have a problem with Department of Finance on non-transparency for real estate mortgage fraud homeowners who are experiencing foreclosure liens. The only liens that is transparent is the tax liens. We're requesting a FOIL, whatever information that we can get to know why it is that our properties are in foreclosure if we have already filed a complaint with the AG, the Department of Finance, along with officials, elected officials, the police department. The DA also needs to do their due diligence of investigating these cases, that we do not end up in litigations in the courts. We have a problem as distressed, victimized homeowners, tenants, homeowner, condominium owners, Mitchellama, real estate, commercial property owners, such as with our deeds, the title, insurance. That is in question, that how is the Department of Finance till this day have not had any kind of alert system when we report fraud upon our properties. We have an issue with, to say, the lack of enforcement from laws, lack of enforcement from even making sure that there's a budget with the state and the city council. We need money in order to help the homeowners and tenants with legal defense. It hasn't been there for, what, 20 years? We need this right away. You have the attorneys who are filing defected fraud documents in the courts. You have referees who have presented over and over again fraud documents, padded fees.
Thank you, Ms. Greenwood. We're at time for you, but do you want to conclude?
No.
Summarize?
I would like to just finish up if you don't mind.
Okay.
I'm not done.
Okay, but your time has expired, so if you could just wrap it up, if you can summarize it.
I'm trying to, just like everybody else, if I'm able to do so.
I have to say it. Procedurally, I have to say it.
I got you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So we have auctions, bankruptcy, that is an issue. Financially, our homeowners are well distressed, emotionally, mentally. We're placed in shelters. Children right now are experiencing a lot of problems with functioning in school due to the fact that they're displaced from their homes and placed in the shelters, on the street. Homeowners are wrongfully arrested. And we also have issues with the the claims of abandonment to say that the properties are abandoned, which they call zombie properties. So non-judicial practices of displacing homeowners, again, evicting them, placing us in housing court when we are homeowners. What are we doing in housing court? For the life of me, we do not understand. These things have been happening since the time of when we've been giving our testimony for what, 8 years? The police commissioner has not acknowledged that we need her assistance for cease and desist from the police department coming on our properties and wrongfully evicting us and arresting us, physically abusing us as well, and putting us in jail. That's a lot of trauma. That's a lot of inhumane treatment. Black and brown homeowners are not a priority in New York City. The only priority is the real estate board. That is the only priority as we see it. And I'm going to say this. This is a normalized stemming of racism at its best. You have securitized bonds, trustees redlining. This is a concern, and we need to know where do we go from here, because every single politician I see have sat here, they left. All the homeowners has went to their office and asked them for help. All we hear is that there are bills being passed, but there is nothing enforced. As we leave here today, we're still going to end up in the courts fighting on our own without lack of attorneys, which again, we should not be in any courts. Emotionally, I want you to put yourself in that position with your families. As a beloved friend of mine always say, karma don't forget an address.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. I just do want to share with you that a couple of my colleagues, Councilmember Osei in particular, is really taking up the mantle of protecting Black homeownership and homeownership in communities of color. He's really fighting hard against deed theft and trying to move changes both at the state and at the city, right? Because at the end of the day, policy for this works in different levels of government, right? And it all works together. I know it's frustrating, but we're in a democracy, right? If I had the power to unilaterally change anything, I wouldn't be sitting here for 10 hours listening to the public and trying to convince my colleagues. We have to work within the system until we have a new one.
I'm going to say to you.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to, to conclude that thought, I just want to certainly highlight and uplift Councilmember Osei and Councilmember Nurse and Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers, who are working on these issues. And, I certainly support them. And if you could look into what they're doing, I think that would be very helpful. And this bill before us today exempts owner-occupied 1 to 3 family homes, right? So we're conscious and cognizant of the harms of the past. We're trying to work around that and focus this legislation on other properties. So I just wanted to state that out loud.
I appreciate that, and I need a 311 unit right now as we speak for real estate mortgage fraud that we'll be able to call in, because when you call in and make a report, it is nullified. No one even acknowledges it. So we have nowhere to go. So I'm asking for that, and I'm asking for the task force. Everyone claims they don't have any money. The governor, she vetoed the HOPP program. She didn't make sure that we have money. So I'm just confused. So the AG, she has our cases, and people are still losing their homes.
I'm sorry, that is a little bit off topic for today's hearing, but again, I want to make sure we circle up with my colleagues who are working on the mortgage fraud and the deed theft issues that you're talking about, okay? So I'm sorry, we do have to conclude here, but thank you for your
I'm just like, every time we come to these hearings, we're
Okay.
still worried and we're still being pushed out of our homes, and the police commissioner is ignoring us.
Thank you, Ms. Greenwood. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
I'm serious. This is not democracy here. It's normalcy to always take from us off our backs. I'm going, my dear. I'm going. It's not I shouldn't be going through this stress. Oh, give this to, the Madam Chair and the gentleman sitting.
Thank you, Ms. Greenwood.
Thank you so much. You have to be in to feel what we feel. Have your families, you want to live right.
All right, we'll try to get your contact information so we can stay in touch, and as I promised, connect everybody, okay? All right, Ms. Greenwood, thank you. You're out of order. You are out of order. Thank you. This is a public proceeding. All right, if we have inadvertently missed anyone additional that has registered to testify today and has yet to be called, please use the Zoom raise hand function if you are testifying remotely, and you will be called in the order that your hand has been raised. If you are testifying in person, please speak to the sergeants to fill out a slip. And we do see the raised hand for Ms. Wilson, but you have already testified and your time expired, so thank you. You can submit any additional commentary over testimony.council@council.nyc.gov. Seeing no new additional participants, I will now close the hearing. Thank you to the members of the administration and the members of the public who have joined us today. This hearing is adjourned.